What's up, everybody, and welcome to the XP Podcast, Episode 1 for Tuesday, March 1st. And since we're recording this episode on Sunday, I am pleased to say Happy Pokemon Day, and man, what a day it was. We'll get into that later. As always, I'm one of your hosts, Mike Z, also known as DJ Aki, also known as Gamus Erectus on PlayStation, only because I'm cheap and don't feel like paying the $5 to change it. Joining me, as always, my beautiful and lovely co-host, the Birdman himself, Logan B. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? This week's been a week. I gotta say, first FedEx screwed me over, losing my package 3 times, no, 4 times. I officially finally got my PS5 back. So happy days. And my disk drive officially works. So it's been a good day. But other than that, I have been super unlucky as well this week. Not only FedEx, but I also got COVID-19 for the first time. I will say it was very brutal. It was miserable, but I am very happy to finally be feeling a lot more better and to finally start doing this podcast more. So, yeah. Other than that, back to you, Mike.
All right. Well, I've also had a pretty crappy week. Had a water main break in front of my house, so that was great. Had a tree that fell down during the ice storm recently, and I had to get in touch with the landlord and call them to take it down. It took them a week to come, and then when they finally came, they put all the branches right out front on my sidewalk. So then I had to go out there and move everything because my neighbors complained. So that's pretty much how my week's at. Other than that, been playing some games, getting up to snuff on things, but we'll talk about those here in a bit. Join us again for the second time after the fantasy episode, the embodiment of Thor himself, Mr. Thor Kage on PlayStation, DJK. What's up, my dude?
What's up? Yeah, haven't been doing a whole lot. Just working on Warhammer stuff. Set up a baby registry today. That was interesting, and just getting into Horizon Forbidden West. Other than that, not a whole lot.
All
Just
right.
excited for this.
All right, so I'm a nerd, yes. I'm a pretty much self proclaimed nerd. I do a lot of that stuff, but explain to me this whole Warhammer thing, because I've never understood it and I've never got it. Mind you, I'm a guy
Um,
that plays Magic the Gathering. I'm that much of a nerd, so, but I've never done
um,
Warhammer. Explain that to
so
us.
Warhammer's been, I wouldn't say in my life. My first major game shop, it was like they did Pokemon, Magic, the old WWF game, and Warhammer was like half the store. Never like played with toy soldiers as a kid. All that kind of stuff. Still play with Legos here and there. Um, was itching for something else to do hobby wise during the pandemic, and one of our other buddies from college, Jake Wingerski, was like, "I do Warhammer," and I'm like, I'm nerdy, but I don't know if I'm that nerdy. And he's like, explain it all to me, like the lore, and it might have, out of all the like games in all of pop culture, might have the biggest lore, like even including like Star Wars and maybe even Lord of the Rings. It might have the most expansive and like over the top lore there is. Um, it's pretty intense. Like all the backstabbing and stuff that takes place. It takes place in the, is it 41st century or something like that. It's crazy. It's painting little minifigures and then basically kind of like a role playing board game, and having battles and things like that. It's pretty intense, and I'm excited to bust out this army that I chose and jump into battling.
I was gonna say it's like a tabletop game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it very expensive too?
It can be. Paint, like it's really not like the paint and brushes, like stuff like that's not crazy, but like the one box I got is it was I only won it for $1 technically, but it's a $40 or $50 box. One of my figures was 30. Um Another, the couple I'll need to finish my army go for, there's a couple $65 couple that are like 80, so it can get pretty expensive, but I mean, there's people that sell the stuff that they're getting out of it, so they'll sell it for cheaper or and things like that. And I always watch for sales, so trying to make it as cheap as I can.
Yeah, it does look enjoyable because like it reminds me of me and my good old days. Not really that old days, but playing D&D. That was like one of my in my opinion that was like one of my favorite games to play. But it's very hard to get into because well you have to have a lot of people and you have to have a dungeon master. That's kind of impossible to get most
Yeah,
of the time.
Hmm.
you've tried to get me into D&D a bunch of
Oh,
times, and
so good.
I'm just not there, man. I like board games. I mean, we play board games every time we meet up and see each other in real life, but I don't know if I'm on board with D&D. It sounds cool, but I just
It's a very imaginative game. You know, it's all about imagination, I guess, or having a creative mind. Because if you play the game and you don't really have an imagination or really want to act out your character, I don't think D&D is really a game for you. But
I
hey,
mean,
I started off not being super creative and not really understanding it, and I've grown to really enjoy it.
I am creative. I don't
Well,
want
I'm
to
not saying you're not creative. I
I
mean,
want
like,
to I don't want to
it's
flex
more
on
like
people
having
here,
an
but
it's more like having an imagination, I guess,
I
or
don't want to
like acting out your part. Like when you make your character and your background, you have to have an imagination about who you are, why you're there, and all of your surroundings. Like you're imagining your surroundings and stuff. It's like you're making the world in your brain. I guess you do like to read books more than I do, so you probably have more of that than I do. But
not
you
just
get to
that.
do whatever you want.
Not just
So
that, I'm also a published author. Not to
that's
flex or
fair.
anything. Okay, I've been published in one,
Big flex.
not really. It's one short story
That's
compilation
fair.
in a state school in Michigan that no one's heard of. So, but
Hey, it's still impressive though.
still published. All right. Anyway, before we get in to the beginning of the show, I want to start with seeing that it is Pokemon Day. I want to start with a little argument slash debate here. So, who would win in a fight, Pokemon Day edition? Gyarados or Dragonite? DJ, I'm gonna turn to you, the quote unquote Pokemon expert, and give us your
Oh
opinions
boy,
on this.
huh? Well, boy, that's a tough one. I guess it depends on what era of the games you're going with, because they've changed the typing on both of them so much. I think I think they both technically have dragon typing, so they both will do monster damage there. Um, I think,
All right, let's say that Gyarados is his original water flying type. Oh wait, no. Was he ever in
yeah,
first?
he's water flying originally.
Yeah, yeah. In first and second gen, he's water flying.
Yeah.
So let's
Um,
say aren't there introductions?
man, I would have to go. I think uh I think Gyarados takes that fight.
I was gonna say
He
yeah. I mean, he's
he
a
still has Hyper Beam. He still has Dragon Rage. He still has the moves and tools to smack down Dragonite.
yeah, and I was like, seeing as both of these Pokemon are probably in my top 10, I love both of them. I probably love Dragonite more than Gyarados, but I'm gonna have to go with Gyarados as well because of his moveset diversity. I mean, you can put Dragon Rage and Thunderbolt on him, and it's like that's a KO to the Dragonite, you know? That's
Yeah.
just yeah. I love Dragonite to death, but I mean, I was trying to sit here and think before the show. I was like, what moves does Dragonite have that could be super effective against Gyarados? Because he's not effective to Dragon type moves, and his hyper beam is just a normal move, so Gyarados is just gonna take normal damage off that. He's not gonna take super effective damage. So I'm like,
Hmm.
honestly, in a fight, I think Gyarados, even though it hurts me to say, because I think Dragonite's a better Pokemon. Very, very close. I don't think they're like far from each other, but
And if you're gonna throw aesthetics into it, I mean, they're even in their normal states, but shiny state. I mean, Red Gyarados is literally
I mean
every
he's
OG Pokemon player's first shiny Pokemon. So
yeah. You catch him in the lake in Johto, and yeah, he's the one he's one of my mainstays in Gen 2. Every time I play Silver and Gold, I can't wait to get to that lake. Also, you don't have to go through the trouble of catching a Markop and leveling that little dude up, cuz that's a pain in the backside. So DJ Logan, I know you're not a huge Pokemon guy, but you're recently into it, which we'll talk about shortly. But do you have an opinion on these two fighting?
Uh, Obviously Gyarados. I prefer Gyarados, but not having much of a
I'm not talking about which one you prefer. I'm
history.
talking about which one wins in a fight.
Oh, Gyarados for sure. I mean, especially since like isn't this is probably why I shouldn't talk about this. Isn't Dragonite a fire type?
Definitely not. No.
No, he's a dragon type though.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Dragonite
yeah.
is a dragon type. You are right.
Well, okay. See, this is why I don't talk about Pokemon stuff.
Oh,
But hey, we'll talk about it later. Why? Okay.
Dragonite. No way he's a dragon type, right?
Nope.
All right. All right, let's get into it. If you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the XP Podcast, our weekly video game and pop culture news podcast, where usually two dudes, sometimes three, who love to argue and disagree with each other, sit down with y'all and talk about all the news stories and happenings inside and out of the video game world. We post a new episode each and every Tuesday, so you can listen to it throughout your work week. You can find us on most of your podcasting services, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and more. If you use a certain podcasting services that we're not on, please send us a message and let us know so we can work to get on there for you. If you enjoy what we're doing here at the Experience Point, please support us on our Patreon, where you can be a part of our weekly discussions and give us your opinions on everything we talk about and everything we don't talk about. You'll also be able to find all of our uploads there, as long as any exclusive episodes that we may post. Links for that are in the description down below, or you can simply go to Patreon and search Experience Point with a capital X and a capital P, and you can find us that way. If you don't have any money to send our way, don't worry. We still love you and appreciate you for listening to us and being a part of our growing community. If for some reason you don't like to listen to podcasts and you like to watch YouTube videos from the comfort of your house, you can find us also on our YouTube channel, where you can get this show and all of our shows in video format with a video of our faces coming in the future. We haven't figured that one out yet, so just hang with us on that one. If you do watch us there, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hit that notification icon so you can be aware of everything we post when we post it. With all that out of the way, I cannot wait. Let's get into the show. Today in the news, we'll be talking about that Pokemon Gen 9 reveal finally. Is Bioware in trouble again? And Call of Duty 2023 is no more. And much, much more. Then, in our points of the show, we'll be discussing what we think Nintendo needs moving forward and give you our views for Pokemon Arceus and A Plague Tale Innocence finally. But before we get to all that, it's time for What You've Been Doing, where we catch up on all the things pop culture that we have been doing, whether that be gaming, TV shows, movies, books, or comics. It doesn't matter to us. We're all nerds here. So with all that, first up on the list, Mr. Birdman himself, Mr. FedEx extraordinaire. What you been doing this week, my man?
Oh, obviously FedEx #1, best of the best. So what I've been doing, I guess in the past week when it comes to gaming, I officially beat. Well, for DJ and Mike here, they don't believe me, but I officially beat the main story for Horizon Zero Dawn. I
Let's
know.
give a round of applause, everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
With a Barry
But
Bonds level asterisk next to beat.
But I gotta say, obviously to keep it short, I really enjoyed it.
You don't have to
The
keep it
story
short.
started to get
Tell us everything,
well. I
man.
guess to keep the review short, I don't need to. I don't want to go on like an hour thing about just Horizon Zero Dawn. But I will say that I thoroughly enjoyed it. Probably not as thoroughly as Mike here with 110 hours. He really thoroughly enjoyed Horizon Zero
101.
Dawn.
101.
I did. Yeah, but it was really good. I really enjoyed it. The story, again, in my opinion, started to get really good in the second half. First half was very slow, but it wasn't like bad. Obviously, it had to have a build up. And just the ending was fan freaking tastic. Like I loved it. It was so cool. All the twists and turns about what Zero Dawn was at the end. I'm like,
Oh,
oh, dude, this was so good.
it's the best, man.
I even listened to every video file that I passed by in those facilities because I was so enthralled with like what was going on, why the robots took over, why all these things. I mean, I know the game's been out for years, but I'm gonna try not to spoil it. But it's just like it's so good. The ending was awesome, and I also thoroughly enjoyed every time I got in a big fight with a huge robot creature or the metal demons, as they call it. It was just so fun. Like I enjoyed Like when I first fought the big bird, what was it called? But well, whenever I did fight
Stormbird.
that big bird creature, what was it?
Stormbird.
Stormbird. When I first fought that thing, it was so epic. Like I died 3 times. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna sneak past this thing. I'm gonna kill it. And I've only had that experience one other time, and that was with Breath of the Wild when I first ran into the horse slash man creature, where I
The
literally,
it starts with a G. Yeah, no, I'm the same thing. I on top of the
yeah,
hill. Yeah, I ran in this
yes,
dude,
when I seen that
and
thing, I made sure I was gonna kill him. I didn't care if I didn't get anything from it. I was
oh,
like,
you
I
get a
have
bunch
to
from
defeat
it.
this creature. Well, yeah, you do get a bunch from it, and you do also for Stormbird too, which was just like this epic battle I had because I was a very low level person. I think I was like a level 20, and the Stormbird was like a level 27, and I'm like, nah, I'm defeating this thing, and I'm gonna win this fight. I don't care what it takes, and I love that. That was so fun. And even though I only put 24 hours in the game, and I beat it, and I didn't do all the side quests, and I definitely didn't explore all the map because that map is ginormous. Um, it was awesome. Definitely, obviously, highly recommend it. I mean, the game right now is on sale for less than $20, and that's a complete edition. Fully recommend it to anyone. If you've not gotten it already, you definitely should. Definitely one of the best games ever played, but not obviously in my top 10, which click, we will do an episode about that at some point.
Yeah,
Um,
coming up in the next couple weeks, we're going to be doing
yeah,
Logan and I are going to be sitting down and going in depth about our top 10 videos ranked, and I cannot wait for that episode. But on the Horizon topic, you know, all jokes aside, it's great that you love the game and you found the story. I was just getting at you a little bit because I'm like, the world itself is super interesting, and when you start going into these collectibles, they all have stories of the old world that go along with them. Like there's this one set of collectibles that as you're going around and collecting all of them, I forgot which one they were, but it comes with a story of this husband and wife traveling the world. And you get to read everything about them. You get to see everything through their perspective of the old world. And it's just little touches like that which makes the collectibles, because they are just very basic video game fodder. Go out, find this thing, do this thing. But it makes it so much more interesting, and you're learning about these people who lived in a world that is, according to Aloy, completely foreign to her. She has very limited amount of knowledge about this world, but you as a player has all the knowledge about this world. And also through that side quest, you get to learn about the location of the game and where the game's actually set, which was a really cool part of America we've never really been to before. Again, no spoilers. But also, as Logan said, when you learn what the real goal of Project Zero Dawn, and especially Operation Enduring Victory, when you learn what that was and what the government was doing and everything, like I still remember it. I'm jaw dropped every time I think about what they were able to accomplish with that story and the purpose of that story and how they delivered it to the player in a meaningful way. And also, since we're past the 15 minutes, fuck Ted Farrow. He is a bastard, and I hate this dude.
honestly, yes, especially at the end what he did. Oh, I hate. Like, what is wrong with him? And I don't know how to explain that because I felt like that was one thing they didn't touch on. Especially at the very end. At least I don't remember it being touched on. Don't spoil it for me or anyone else. But yeah, I mean that was just crazy. I think the only negatives I had about the game, well, one was very small, and I already talked to Mike about this. But to tell it to everyone else, uh, for him, everyone enjoys an open world game in a different point of view, and that some want to be a part of the world, and some of them may feel like they don't want to take the long path, I guess, in a sense, or they don't want to. I don't know. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is basically transportation in open world games is always an important thing for any open world game. For example, Spider-Man, it's swinging around the city. For Red Dead Redemption 2, it's about riding your horse and going through the countrysides. The only issue I had with I had another issue, but the small issue I had with it was the fact that getting from point A to point B sometimes was a little tedious because if you get a mount and you get to point A to point B, sometimes you go into a town and it won't let you bring your horse into town or metal demon whatever into town to ride in. And so when you leave the town, that mount disappears for good. You can't. It's like it never. You didn't get that mount in the first place. So literally, you would have to go all the way like a good portion of the map in just to find another one. And there is, yes, to be fair, there is a skill in the skill tree that you can unlock to call in a moment, but it's like the last thing you unlock. So it's kind of tedious. That's a small gripe. I think my biggest gripe of the game is actually the humans. I didn't like fighting them at
Yeah,
all.
they
I feel
suck.
like it was the most, it
They are
was literally
they are very dumb.
well, it's almost like they built the game and they built the metal demons. They're like, oh yeah, okay, this combat's really good, and then they just kind of put in the humans, and they didn't really put a lot of thought into that because I could definitely tell like combat is so dumb. Like they're for first thing they're really dumb, and just the combat, well, the AI for the and it's just really tedious fighting them because it's a lot of just like it just like seems like the animations don't really go together and it's just really annoying and then like I'm trying to sneak but like the whole sneaking system is just horribly done like compared to other games like for example Ghost of Tsushima. That game does stealth like 3 times better. A lot of games do, but that's not really the point of the game. So I know like that's why I didn't focus on it too much. But every time I did have to fight him, I kind of was like, ugh, I can fight these human people again. I was like, oh yay! Especially the one of the final boss battles. It was the most stupid thing ever. But yeah. I mean, other than that, thoroughly enjoyed the game. I guess to move on to my next game I've been playing, I guess 2 games. I've been playing Pokemon Arceus. Haven't beat it. My wife beat it before me, and she got it like 2 weeks after I did. So that's kind of sad, but she said it was really good so far. I've been playing it a lot, and I've been thoroughly enjoying it. I'm on like 19 hours, I think, into the game, and I love it. It is, again, as a newcomer to Pokemon, which we will talk about later, um, I thoroughly enjoy it. It's super fun. I would definitely say, obviously, graphics and frame rates aren't perfect, but it's a Nintendo game, and I push through it. Another topic we'll talk about later. And I don't know. It's really good so far. I don't. I haven't. I want to complete the story before I have a full opinion, but I really like it so far. I think the only other issue I have with it is just no voice acting. That's kind of tedious. But and then for my third game, a game I already beat, but I'm playing again, is the new. Well, they finally came out after over a year. Cyberpunk 2077 came out with the next gen upgrade, and I gotta say, even though that game isn't what we want it to be, I thoroughly enjoyed it the first time I played through it. Definitely knew there was a lot of bugs, but now with all the fixes, I even like the game even more. So that's been really good. I guess it's just really good. I know for people that own it on PS4 and Xbox One, I'm sorry. I really feel sorry for you because that game just is even still with all the updates, it's still just not good. I would never recommend anyone play it on a PS4 or an Xbox One.
Yeah,
It is just not worth it at all.
and a little bit of
Um,
information on that. Don't mean to cut in. We are going to be doing a unique review. At least I'm hoping we can get it done, because Logan has played it on both the uh, next gen before patch and next gen after patch. I told myself that I wasn't going to play this game until they came out with the next gen patch, so I have still not played it. And I'm hoping to get one of my friends on from back in the day. He played it somehow for 250 hours with a platinum run on a PS4 Slim. So I really want to bring him in and get his perspective on the game and what he thought about the game. So look forward to that if we can make it happen. If not, it'll just be Logan and I talking about our experiences with the game. Him playing it before and after the patch, me just playing it after the patch. So look forward to that. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
oh, you're good. And then so I guess to move on, I've watched as of recently. Still watching All of Us Are Dead. Been starting the second season of Demon Slayer. Phenomenal show. If anybody's ever watched it, it's a great anime, and the movie too was amazing. Um, but I've been watching that. All of Us Dead. That's a really good show. And then I did start Ozark as well. I heard that show is insanely good. I didn't get to the first episode yet because I started very late, but so far it seems very enjoyable and it seems like my kind of show. I love that kind of stuff with drugs and the whole like like kind of like mafia-ish, kind of like cartel-ish kind of stories. I love that stuff. It's just interesting to me.
It's
And I
wild.
guess I guess to watch a movie, the movie I watched recently would be Blade Runner. Never watched the original Blade
Oh,
Runner. try to
Wait,
watch it.
wait.
You're gonna be
Did you watch the new one
Final Cut,
before the old one?
the Final Cut. I've never
Okay, good,
watched.
good,
This is the
good,
first
good,
I've
good.
ever watched.
I was gonna say you cannot watch the sequel before the first one. The first one is it's honestly a masterclass in my opinion. It's
I need to
it's
do it.
it's
I
incredible.
tried to with the
Yes, you
wife,
do.
and she was like,
You're
"I'm
gonna be
not into
very,
this."
you're gonna be very upset with what I'm
No,
gonna say
no,
next.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gone. F this, dude. I'm not listening to you rip
I
something
gotta
else that's
say,
amazing.
it was not that good.
Oh,
I was like, I watched it and I was like, at first I was interested, and then it got to the end, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, it
dude,
was
that's what.
so
Yes,
cringeworthy.
you
It
no, it's
was
not cringeworthy. You
cringeworthy
have to watch the movie 4 or 5 times to fully understand it, which could be a negative for
four
some
or
people.
five
But I
times.
think it is. It just shows what kind of filmmaking was done and what kind of techniques was done. And you're telling me that ending speech, you didn't have any emotional connection to that ending speech, and you weren't just fucking
I
enthralled
didn't
with what
even
was going
finish
on.
it. You want me to be honest with
No,
you? I
no.
didn't
You know
finish it.
what? You know what? I'm leaving. Have a good
I
episode.
got
We'll talk to y'all next week. Bye bye.
no, but I got to that end fighting scene, and I was just the show, like the movie. Sorry, not show. It just was like, it's just really cringeworthy. And maybe because it's an old movie, that's just how it is. I mean, let's just be honest. A lot of old movies have very cringeworthy things that they say, and just like, I don't know. It was just weird, and it wasn't weird for like story's sake. It was just weird to be weird. So I don't know. Something about it just wasn't that good to me. And I guess again, maybe I watched it too late, and maybe I'm so used to the modern day cinema to the point where I just don't understand it. But yeah.
Well,
Uh
watch the
other than
sequel, I
that, I think
guess.
that's what I've been doing
Well,
for
watch
the
the
week.
sequel, I guess. Let me know what you think about the sequel.
Okay.
I personally don't think the sequel is better than the original, but that's because I have a very fondness for the original and when it came out. But maybe you'll think it better because it is a more modern film, but it's also very similarly, oh sorry, it's very similar stylistically to the first movie in the way it tells its story, the way its characters work, the way it's filmed, the way it's shot, and everything like that. Especially the color palette. Those movies are very saturated in their color palettes, and the second one's still the same. But let me know what you think about that. I'm disappointed that you didn't like it, but everyone is 100% entitled to their own opinion, and we welcome that. That's what makes this show interesting, in my opinion, because Logan and I will continuously argue about our opinions about everything. So,
I definitely will let you know whenever I watch it.
all right.
So
Well,
I'm so excited to see the sequel. Surprisingly,
that's good. It's good. It's I said,
Same guy directed Dune.
yeah, yeah, amazing. Something Villanueva. That's all I know. I forgot his first name.
Denis.
Denis. Yeah, I wasn't gonna
I
remember
got
that.
you. I'll
Thanks.
be the movie
Appreciate it.
buff too. It's fine.
Hey, I'm a movie buff. I just forgot what his name was. Okay. Before we get to me, I do want to turn it over to DJ because he is with me. He's played and platinumed Horizon Zero Dawn, so I want to turn it to him, get a little bit of his reaction to what Logan had to say, and just his impressions of the game before we move to what I've been doing. So go ahead.
If you think you hated that guy at the end of that one, just wait.
See,
um,
I didn't want to say anything about that. I was trying to hold back. I didn't want to say anything. So
well, I'm not gonna like jump into like what he all did. To basically, they use him as a good jumping off because like when it first got announced, I was like, I mean, they show you at the end like they set it up like okay, there's gonna be a second game, but
wait, hold up. Are we talking about Ted Farrow or Silence?
yes.
Oh, both. Okay, because
um
I mean, yeah. Okay, cool. Never mind. Shut up, Mike.
uh because I mean you're kind of like okay, this is cool, and then they use silence to show you that there's gonna be a second game some way somehow, and then they jump off with Ted Farrow like giving you the reason why there's a necessity for the second game. And then not long after that, it kind of backtracks just in case you for some reason didn't play the first game. It kind of backs you up a bit and is like, "Hey, remember when you did this awesome thing at the end of the first game? Well, here's what it did to trigger you going into the whole second adventure." And that is probably one of the longest opening sequences to really start you on a journey and kind of get you a tutorial that I've done since like Assassin's Creed 2. Um, really enjoyable. Getting back into it and just learning the flow of the style of fighting because I play a lot of games like this, like the Batman Arkham games. What else is kind of like this? The Fallout games are a little bit like this. A lot of those games where you can go melee or stealth and you have skill trees, I think are some of the best games around. Don't get me wrong. Was into Fortnite for a while just because I needed a game that was a shooter that wasn't Call of Duty had gotten stale outside of playing zombies. I mean, all those games do because it gets to a point where you've got 12-year-olds and you've got pro players that are like, you're not as good as you think you are, and will destroy your confidence. So going back to something like Horizon is just I hadn't played one of those in a long time. That was really like, yeah, whatever. But Horizon Zero Dawn and now Forbidden West is like one of those that it's like uh gives we kind of talked about it off air the other night. Gives hope that more studios will make games like this where it's not just we're gonna crap on a stick and give it to you and you're gonna be like, yeah, that's pretty good. There's a thought out story. It's a story that's different, post-apocalyptic wise, because this is like the apocalypse happened and then those people set in motion this event and then this event happened and now you're living in the aftermath of the post-apocalypse already. So
Yeah, it's
it
post apocalypse dealing with the upcoming post apocalypse. It's really unique and it's different than many other games, if any game that I've played set in a post apocalyptic world, in my opinion.
and yeah, and like the way, because like they've done games kind of like you're in the post-apocalypse era, but this one is not only are you in that era, you have been set on like your hero's journey because there's you're set on the brink of another apocalypse. And then in Zero Dawn, you find out, what caused the initial apocalypse, why are you in the post apocalypse, and why do you need to go about staving off this, I guess you would call it third apocalypse in this storyline, which is just like, yeah,
Well,
I don't
well,
think there's ever been a game like that before.
don't want to spoil anything, but you haven't gotten to the story bit part, but you find out a little bit more about the apocalypse slash apocalypse. So
Okay.
just look forward to that.
I'm I'm excited to find out more about what led to the failure of their space escapade that was supposed to, also help save the human race that never apparently took off. Which you I don't, unless it's hidden in the data packs and all that in throughout the first game. Um, because I don't think I technically got all of those. So I
well,
don't, and I mean,
you had
it's been a
to
while.
get the platinum. So, well, I guess you don't have to get all the data packs. You just have to get all the collectibles to get the platinum. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Sorry.
I probably did get all of them. It's just reading through and listening to some of them was very tedious, so I probably didn't read through every single one of them just because some of them kind of droned on and I felt weren't really as as Logan had put it when we talked the other night. They didn't really add much to the story for me.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like,
Some of the data points don't, but I mean, I was telling you guys more about the collectibles and why I think those are
yeah,
good. But I don't want to get too far into Forbidden West because we said we will do a
yep.
complete another in-depth video review where the first part of it will be just us talking about opinions, and then we'll get deep into the story once DJ and I have finished it, and then maybe depending on what Logan does, he might finish it as well, or he might be playing it. We'll see how all that goes down. But definitely coming up shortly, we'll be doing a full-on dedicated Horizon Forbidden West video talking about all of our in-depth opinions. So,
And if
but
I don't get in on that top 10 games of all time, I will send you my list just so you guys can like, because I feel like I got some that's you guys are gonna be like, okay, he's weird.
well, I already know that, but real quick, let's get to what I've been doing. Obviously everyone knows out there I've been playing Horizon Forbidden West, and I'll talk about that in a second. But a game that we all have been playing and we all absolutely love and absolutely adore is Uno. And let me tell you, the nights that we play Uno together, for reference, we probably play 1 to 2 nights a week. Do you guys say?
Yeah, were
Yeah,
these
that's
even
about
trying to
right.
play tonight?
Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll play it tonight after this. But I don't know what it is about this game, guys. I just the fact that I'm like, oh, my friends are on. Let's quit Horizon Forbidden West and play Uno for a couple hours. Like, I don't know. It's just something about all of us just sitting down, hanging out, talking, and Logan complaining about quote unquote unfair circumstances when it totally wasn't unfair and it was his fault that he lost the 2v2. But anyway, this game is great. If you guys out there listening, you have a friend group that you guys are tired of, you know, well, we started playing it because we're tired of playing Call of Duty. Caldera map sucks, and Rebirth we're not good enough to do anything in, so we just we just boot in
So
and we just spawn in and die immediately. So we were kind of looking for something to all play as a group. I play Avengers with DJ and Worthy sometimes, but we all wanted something to play together, so we started playing Uno out of the blue, and now it's something that we do a couple times a week because it's just fun. So for those of you out there that are looking, just hang out with a friend group, talk about some things, have some good times, maybe ruin a friendship or two along the way, definitely check out Uno. It's cheap, has a lot of cool features, and also it's a learning experience because you can learn how the real game of Uno is played and all the different rules that are involved in it. It'll make the tabletop game way more fun. What do you guys think?
Oh, I agree. Especially with the seven and zeros. That's something I never grew up playing. It wasn't until like high school I learned about the stacking thing. So learning that there's a seven and zero thing just refreshes the game, especially the flip one. Oh man, playing the flip one was crazy. Like
Yeah, it
I,
gets
I don't know
chaotic.
why this dumb small game of Uno is so fun. Like I'm not gonna lie, we were talking about this the other day. I would love to watch a tournament of Uno. Just a legit, super serious tournament of Uno. Just kind of like a poker game, just to see how interesting it'd be. Because like we seriously play it like it's poker sometimes. Like we get really in depth into it. So I love it. It's such a fun game.
Yeah, and then
yeah, for sure. That is definitely like our gem since we're all at this point we're all like, you know, so on battle royale games will hopefully Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2 or whatever they're gonna do with that aren't a complete and total letdown.
yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the next Warzone, and just I'm not good at first person shooter games per se. Like I can hold my own and I can do some cool things here and there, but I honestly just enjoy hanging out with friends. That's really all I play it for. I'm not competitive. But I have small amounts of hope and um so yeah. Anyway, other things I've been playing, obviously I still play Avengers. I'm closing in on 300 hours in the game. Have all my characters up to 150. I'm waiting on DJ and one of our other friends, Worthy, to get their characters leveled up so we can start doing the raid, even though I heard the raid is completely and utterly broken at this point in time, so that's fantastic. Um, like I've always said, and I'll keep saying it, this game is not amazing. I wouldn't even really categorize it as good. Definitely not great. But if you're like me and you like the idea of Destiny, you like the idea of the gameplay, but you never really sunk into it. You never really sunk into that grind of going out for loot and doing these missions and leveling things up. But so if you like that, but you never really got into Destiny, but also you really really love superheroes like I do, this game, try it out, please. Understand that when you're going into it, it's got a lot of problems. It's very grindy. It can be boring at points. I've gotten bored playing the game before, and I've put it down for months at the end, for months on end, and come back to it every once in a while when they put out a new character or a new update or anything like that. But also, on that, it does have a much better story, in my opinion, than Vanilla Destiny, because that story was awful and it was terrible. From what I hear, Destiny 2, much better story, much better game overall. And we're gonna be talking about the Witch Queen here in a little bit. But yeah, so for those of you out there that are still trying to decide whether Avengers is good, talked to DJ, my friend here, because he thought the same thing, and I finally talked him into it, and he's experienced that with me. That it's not amazing. Again, it's not even, I would consider it a good game, but it is a fun game if it's what you're looking for. So I'll put that little asterisk slash disclaimer next to it. But then we'll get to the big one. So I have been playing Horizon Forbidden West for a lot of my life this past week. So for reference, I have just reached the 40-hour mark today, and earlier this week I told DJ it was kind of funny. My progression bar was going along hour by hour. So like for example, I was like 25 hours in and 25% through the game. That has fallen off. I am now at the 40-hour mark, and I'm 36.5% done with the game. So the longer I play, the less I actually focus on doing missions and stories, and I just focus on exploring the world and getting lost in it and exploring every single crevice that I can. So I said don't want to get too far into it because we are going to do a review, but I can say, for a matter of fact, this game is fucking incredible. Everything about it. I'm getting deeper into the story now, and you learn a lot of things. What they have you doing in this game once you get past the introductory areas. There's essentially two introductory areas that you have to get through to unlock the real main quest line of the game. Like I didn't really get to what I would call the main point of the game till like the 22 hour mark, which sounds like a bad thing, but pretty much those first 20 hours are wrapping up in a sense what Zero Dawn set up and came before, and you're wrapping that stuff up, and then it sets you on this new pathway that honestly I never even envisioned this game was going to take this route, and I love every second. Every time I get to a story point, I am on board. I'm riveted. I read all the stuff about it. Yes, some of it is kind of dry, and I pull up a data point and I'm like, okay, cool, there's nothing here, but I still read it just so I know everything that's going on. But man, I'm telling you, the more I get into this game, and DJ, you're going to be right there with me, the more you get into this game and the deeper you get into the story, it dwarfs Zero Dawn in terms of depthness, character development, both side characters and Aloy. Side characters, really. Every character you meet is that's a part of the main storyline, and even some of the side quest characters that you meet, they are deeper, better in every single way than Zero Dawn, and in fact, I would say better than most other open world RPGs. There's some out there that are right along top of this in terms of quality of characters. Obviously, Mass Effect comes in to mind as the greatest video game of all time when it comes to character development and your attachment to said characters. But I am just letting you know and Logan know this game is incredible, dude. There are I have almost two pages of notes, and there's small grievances I have. There's little things I've been writing down when something happens. I don't love the new climbing system. I think it's pretty janky, and it annoys me 90% of the time that I'm using it. Uh, some of the skills and all that, and the skill tree, while very in depth, and the more I get into it, the cooler it is. But it's still like two of the trees don't really matter to me at all. So those are just gonna be things I do after I've unlocked all the skills that I want to do. But it says don't want to talk too much more on it because I want to really get in depth during the review. But I cannot wait for all y'all to play this game so I can talk to somebody about this, because this game, oh my god, man, this game is fucking incredible. That's all I have to say.
I'll work on that this week, trying to get on my couple of gaming nights. I probably won't play a whole lot of Pokemon this next week, and well, except for Thursday because that's my Warhammer night. But other than that, and I mean, I've got no weekend plans for the future because I'm going to Disney at the end of March. So yeah, I'll definitely try to crank out more of that story quicker to
Yeah,
catch up to you.
and you have a chance to catch up to me because I'll be going up to Logan's this weekend and hanging out with him. So you have a
Yep.
chance this weekend to put in some hours. But I expect
The,
by the end of this week, I'm either done with the game, or done with the main story, or I'm getting awfully close. I don't want to get too close because I don't want to have to get to the end of the story and then wait like 3 days to finish it. So I don't want to get too close, but I can tell you there are when you get to the main, when you get past the, I guess what I would say, tidying up, first two sections, tidying up, the Zero Dawn storylines, and then setting up what comes before. There's three, like, I mean, it's the rule of three. All video games have that, but it's like there's three main objectives that you're doing. I only just got done with the first one, and I
oh,
guarantee you there's things that happen outside of that. But So this game is massive. It is huge. Uh, Obviously, there's a straight line through it if you're like Logan and you want to play games like that, which is fine. It's a perfectly adequate way to play games, but I think it's a little bit of a disservice to play a game like this with a world like this as in depth and not explore things. That's just my opinion, I guess. Anybody else got anything? DJ, have you been doing? Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry. Things I've been
Jeez,
doing.
leaving him out.
Sorry. No. I was gonna say things I've been doing outside of video games. Not too much because I said I've mostly been playing Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Forbidden West, and then getting on with you guys and playing Uno. But my girl and I have started watching the Daniel Craig James Bond movies because they are the best. Well, they are some of the best of the Bond movies. We've made it
That's
through.
better.
Yeah. We've made it through Casino Royale, Quantum, Quantum of Solace, and Skyfall. Yay! And so we're gonna watch Spectre here shortly, but Horizon, as I said, takes up a little bit of time in my life. And then obviously I haven't seen No Way to Die yet, so I'll be watching that for the first time with her. So, but I
Neither have
know,
I. And
yeah, I
I'm
know,
excited to sit down for that one.
I know. DJ and I, we saw Skyfall together when it came out in college. We've talked about James Bond indefinitely, but Mr. Logan, what is your knowledge base about James Bond movies?
I have not watched one in a couple years. I think the last one I've seen was Quantum, which I actually really like that movie. But
What
again,
the?
I don't
I am
have.
so done
No,
with
let me
this life, dude.
explain.
Oh my
Let me explain.
god.
I have not watched a Or oh my god, I said Pokemon. I'm sorry. I meant to say I haven't watched a 007 movie in a long time. I remember watching the classics. I don't remember the name of them because I haven't watched them since I was a kid. Um, I loved those movies. I love the classics. I still like Quantum. I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it because I knew what kind of movie I was getting myself into. I mean, I think all the 007 movies have kind of fallen into this though, but it's like, it's a basic spy movie. It's got the gadgets, it's got the action scenes. The story wasn't like the best of the best, but like I love the action scenes and I loved all the new gadgets that they put into it. And that's what I went in thinking, so that's why I liked it. If I was going in thinking it was the next best movie of all time, then yeah, probably it's not. I mean, obviously, going into that, that's going to make any movie not good. But what I'm saying is, like, I didn't expect it to be amazing. I spent like $1 at a place to get the movie, and I'm like, well, I spent $1 and got this, so I might as well watch it. So I watched it when I was in college, my sophomore year, I believe, and it was good. I mean, I liked it, but yeah, that's pretty much where I left off. I haven't watched any of the other movies. I haven't watched a James Bond movie again since sophomore year of college.
See, coming off Casino Royale and coming off what that movie was and what it did for the James Bond franchise itself, it almost essentially revitalized and restarted the entirety of the James Bond franchise in terms of high quality, action packed, twists and turns, all the things that Casino Royale is. I did a very bad job of explaining how amazing that movie is right there, but Casino Royale was incredible, and I still go back and forth about which one's better, Casino Royale or Skyfall. So coming off Casino Royale into Quantum, I was massively disappointed with what it was. I can kind of akin to it in terms of video game sense of like Mass Effect Andromeda. All right, Mass Effect Andromeda is a good or an okay to good game. It is a bad Mass Effect game. I think if any other team makes that game, if a smaller team makes that game and comes out, we're talking about how cool it was that a team was able to achieve something like this. But the fact that it came from Bioware, and we're going to be talking about this here in a little bit, that it came from Bioware and it was in the Mass Effect series and what came before, just massive letdown. Huge. Again, I think it's a bad Mass Effect game, but a okay to good video game. So that's all. I haven't done anything else. I haven't read anything or watched anything. Just those movies, and said I'm pretty much heads down on Horizon all the way. So last, I know we've already talked about Zero Dawn. Sorry, Forbidden West. So let's move past that. Anything else you've been doing, DJ?
Um, Not really. I watch Degrassi Next Generation with my wife here and there. If I'm not up in my man cave gaming or playing Uno or doing whatever with you guys. We did watch King's Man just because I've seen the other two, and this was they went about it in an interesting way to do a sequel, and then a prequel. Um, as far as, prequel movies go, I wouldn't say it was disastrous like the Star Wars prequels have been panned. Is fairly decent. Did a good job really setting up, you know, either a possible TV show for Hulu, because that's Fox, now Disney property, or further movies. The first movie phenomenal, second movie okay, but I wouldn't say it's better by any means than the original. Um, and then today, just because I saw it was on there, even though my wife relucted to watch it, we watched Free Guy, which, I mean, nothing wrong with a good shut your brain off and enjoy a movie kind of movie. Other than that, not a whole lot, just because we've been, planning for a kid and still unpacking our house and this, that, and the other. So haven't really had time to sit and get caught up on Ozark or any of our other shows that we've started or been caught up and waiting for new seasons for. So not much else than that.
Yeah, so I know Logan, you've seen Free Guy, and I know you have an opinion on that. I have not watched it yet because I'm behind on my movies, but what do you got to say?
I liked it. I liked it a lot. I mean, obviously it's not super in depth, but it's a funny, good little movie. It has Ryan Reynolds, so I kind of have I usually like most of his movies, so I kind of feel like just because of that, it also really helps. I really liked it a lot. I mean, I thought it was funny. It wasn't a super in depth story. It was more like a funny, lighthearted movie. Um, but it was still really cool seeing like how the plot went, how it ended, and I love like the whole story about like this like whole thing of seeing the importance of like the AI and stuff like that. It was just a funny take that I've never seen in any movie or any game for that matter of opinion or anything like that. Like it's cool to see how like like how this AI starts to learn and like all these things and it's like going off of like GTA with how everything is done, but also a little bit of Gary's Mod, if you know what that is, because there's a lot of references to other video games. And I know when we talked in our fantasy, I don't know if you guys liked Ready Player One, the movie, but I did.
First of all,
I liked it. Oh,
you know that I love that movie and I love the
oh,
book.
I love that movie. It's like I that is like what my like that's the first video game movie that I thoroughly enjoyed. I loved
Okay.
all the references. I love and everything was just really good about it. And then that's the same thing for Free Guy. Like I think it obviously isn't perfect and you could tell, but I think they actually had people help them understand a little bit more about video games, I guess the appreciation of video games. So that's why I liked Free Guy and I really loved about Ready Player One. Obviously there was some middle ground where they put some references and stuff and they didn't use it correctly, but I think it's really good. I mean, I like Free Guy. It's a funny movie. It's a lot about video games and references. If you go into it expecting that, I think it's a good movie. I think it's a really good movie. And Ready Player One was also just really awesome. I loved everything they did in that movie. I mean, obviously the plot wasn't perfect. There was definitely some cringy moments, but I watched that movie like 20 times and I love it. It is so good.
All right. Anything else that any of you guys have been doing or anything before we get into the news for the week?
I don't think so.
No,
Are y'all good? All right. Well, now we come to the news section of the week where we go through and talk about some of the news stories that we've seen online and some things that we want to talk about. This week there are a hefty 9 stories that we're going to go through. Well, 8 stories and a ninth topic. So strap in. Let us know if you have any opinions or anything about that. Anything we talk about. I can't wait to read anything that you'd have to, and feel free to disagree in a very healthy and non-mean way. If that's how I say it. I love disagreements. I'm for disagreements. So those of you writing in, please feel free to disagree with us. We can have a good, harm-free chat about it. So let's get into that. The first news story I want to get into is, ladies and gentlemen, being that it's Pokemon Day, the day we were recording it earlier today, we got Pokemon Gen 9 reveal. Can I get a high five from everybody around? Virtual high five.
Ooh, high
Honestly,
fives!
that was pretty exciting. I didn't expect. That's crazy.
So, I'm going to first turn it to the resident Pokemon expert to get his opinion and let us know what he thinks about this game, and then we're going to sit down and talk about it and talk about what we think this game is going to be, what it needs to be, what we want it to be, and maybe we'll even talk about a little bit of the old Pokemon histories and what we love about them. So, DJ, take it away.
Excited. I mean, Scarlet and Violet. I've been seeing a lot of people already like draw comparisons to not being a reboot or a remake, but just Scarlet, Red, Violet, kind of a blue. Um, just kind of. It seems like they, with the feedback they've gotten on the style of the Sword and Shield games, and then they like when they did their reboot or re-release or updated version of Diamond and Pearl, they said, what if we went back to this style? And everyone was like, yeah, no, we try again with the Sword and Shield style. And then with Arceus, it's been a smash. I mean, people really, I know we've talked how the the environment could use a little bit more meat on the bones, and the story is, I mean, we'll get into that when we do the review, but um I'm excited, and we have at least um starter wise, what did I send? The names
They
are
are Sprigato, a Sprigatita, oh, Sprigatito, however you
yep,
say that name.
Sprigatito, Fuecoco, and Quaxel or Quaxley.
Quaxley, yeah.
um and I mean, Grookey had an awesome design for Sword and Shield.
Grookey sucked.
Rowlet had a good design. Oh, you watch your ton.
Scorbunny.
Um,
Scorbunny is the cutest, most adorable thing of all time. At
a,
me.
a,
Changed my
but
mind.
we can all agree Sobble was like,
Yes.
why did we have to go emo with the Pokemon? That was kind of weird. Like,
Yeah.
that's what Dark and Psychic types are for.
Sobble just
Like,
depressed me. Looking
yeah.
at Sobble depressed me. I was like, man, this guy is so sad. He's had a
Um,
hard life, dude.
but like Logan had said before when we were getting ready to start recording, Quaxley just looks like cute and dope. I mean, you got Fuecoco, a little fire alligator. Like, we've had, you know, for alligator and total, so we've kind of have that alligator vibe, but this is given more of like a, I like we've talked about there. Some people say Totodile's line up to for alligator was kind of a swing and a miss. Cool, but not anything astounding. I mean, obviously we only got these three starters, and based on the names of these three, it's either going to be a Spain or a Mexico, well, a Spanish or maybe even Aztec vibe of a Pokemon game, which it's always cool when they step out. I mean, Kanto and Johto for Gen 1 and 2, and even into some of the other ones, you were very Japan region. And then you stepped into, like, especially with Sun and Moon were Hawaii, and then X and Y, or was it X and Y? No, Black and White were kind of New York City or New York area, and then you with Sword and Shield you have Scotland and that part of the UK. Um, I like that they're branching out, and they showed already um that it's gonna be like these last handful. We're not getting Black and White where we didn't have a national dex. We just had, these are the only Pokemon in this area.
Hey, you watch
There's
your mouth about black and white.
no. That was the, because I haven't really played those as much. That was the thing I loved about Black and White. It was here's a sprinkling, if I remember correct, of the favorites, but the only way you're getting anything before Gen 5 in this game is if you transfer it in. Like they were like, here's the 100 or 120, whatever it was. That's what you get for this game. And like I would wish they would do that in a sense. I mean, it's got to be hard to crank out Pokemon consistently. I mean, yes, people do it on their own with the ROMs and ROM hacks and all that, and people building. I follow 3 different people making their own versions of Pokemon on TikTok, and I've made a few in college that I took rough sketches that people made and made my own version of them. It's fun to do. It'd be like, why can't you just do this? Especially with the whole humanoid Pokemon, but that's Japanese culture for you. So,
I mean, yeah,
um,
if Game Freak hits the late 2020 window, which is what they said in the reveal trailer, if they hit that, that would be two Pokemon games, two massive Pokemon games. One of them a new direction that we never seen, and the second one a not different than we ever seen because I think it's going to be very similar to Sword and Shield in terms of world design, just expand it, but two very big Pokemon games in the same year, and
and
it's
and
it's it's
going
pretty
forward,
impressive.
if that's what like I would love if they did, um, kind of how they've handled the last since Sword and Shield came out. Like since then, if you want to give us a remake or like what I think this obviously I own a few Nintendo stock, but I don't like write in and be like, hey, here's what you guys need to do because what they're not going to listen to me. I'm not like I didn't go to business school or anything, but like this whole come out with a new gen, throw these throw the regional variants, throw some new Pokemon in, uh give us a story, maybe some DLC. I mean, obviously I'm not huge on the whole DLC. I'd rather just take extra time and give us a full game off off the jump, but you know, that's not how business works. And then give us a reboot. Um, I don't necessarily need the reboot. I'd or whatever you want to call what brilliant diamond and shining pearl, whatever they were.
But
Um,
they're remakes, yeah.
yeah, I would rather have something like this where this is based in Arceus is based in Gen 4 also. Like we've talked about shooting the shit during the weeks or weeknights. Give me a massive Gen 1 and Gen 2 game because that like when those Gen 2 games came out, you got that massive map. That's about what I would say Gen 5, 6, 7, and 8 have all had a massive map like that.
Yeah,
So like
when Soul Silver and Hot Gold came out, you got both regions. I just want a remake of those games.
so
I want a Let's Go style, even though I appreciate Let's Go. It's cool the way they did it, and this is probably going to be the way they're going to do it. But I would rather just be a straight remake. But if we are going to get it, I'm 100% okay with a Let's Go version of of Silver and Gold, because those are my favorite by far.
I would love something that style or like we talked about just because they've kind of hinted at the knowledge of these other regions in Arceus. Um I would love just because like I think they gave Arceus this first because that's, quote unquote, the god Pokemon created everything. And that was a good jumping off point for like giving us a new branch and era of games to look forward to, like lore wise. But still to this day, the lore behind Lugia and Ho-Oh in the Johto region for Gen 2 is by far the best lore that there's been. I mean, we've had a Lugia based movie. Entei, who's one of the legendary trio in Gen 2, has its own movie. Suicune is part of a movie. Celebi is part of a movie. Ho-Oh now, I think, just had kind of his finally had his like moment in a movie. Like Gen 2 is, you know, our generation didn't necessarily catch we were still probably too young to really get into video games for Gen 1, but Gen 2 is our wheelhouse. Like we were hitting that 10 to 12-year-old market where it's like that's who Pokemon was made for, and we are like the driving force I feel behind video games and especially Pokemon in general. So to get a Arceus game, I don't Legend of Selby, Legend of Ho-Oh, I'd be comfortable with just Legend of Johto because I think because originally they only planned on doing one Pokemon game and it was actually going to be what the Gen 2 game was. But then due to time constraints, they were like, let's just do red and green in Japan, which became red, blue, and eventually yellow in America. Hit so well that they're like, hey, let's reopen this Johto. And then they gave us that. And it was like, the rest is history. We're now just announced Gen 9, which, I mean, it's going to be weird to tell my kids someday that, back in my day, we only had 150 Pokemon, 151, and then 251. Like now we're gonna be hitting over 900. Um, it's awesome, and I can't wait to see gameplay and Pokédex leaks and all the things that are gonna go with that.
Yeah, talking about a little bit. I mean, we're talking about a franchise that I just read an article that in March of 2021, it was rumored that the Pokemon franchise has surpassed 100 billion in lifetime sales across the entire franchise, which beats out Star Wars and Marvel franchises. So we're talking about a franchise that is massive. And I think with the release of Pokemon Go a couple years ago, which lit the world on fire, it really re-sparked the interest, and Game Freak is really trying to keep that, but also move the games forward in a meaningful capacity. So a little bit of information here on what was revealed during the trailer and what came out afterwards. Uh, it is confirmed open world, which we never actually got the confirmation for Sword and Shield to be open world because it wasn't fully. There were areas that were open world, but they weren't. It was still a linear town-based adventure akin to the old Pokemon, just a little bit bigger. This one has been confirmed already by Game Freak to be open world, and there are a few people that have pointed out there's apparently a map in the trailer that is shaped very similar to the Iberian Peninsula, which is home to Spain and Portugal. There's also references to Spain in the trailer, namely a building called the Sagrada Familia Temple, the Plaza de España, and the Sanabria Lake. So I think it's almost confirmed in Scarlet and Violet are going to be based in a Spanish slash Portugal area of the world. So I'm very
I
excited about
feel like
that. Yeah, it's
that
cool. Yeah.
that's gotta be because I feel like Japan trying to find stuff. They're like, well, we could do Aztec, but then we'd have to do an Arceus based style game. And the only thing that Mexico really has going for it now is all inclusive resorts and cartel activity. So they probably like, yeah, let's just go with Spain instead.
So real quick, I want to ask you because I kind of know what I want from this. Being a guy who has unfortunately not played Arceus yet, but I have played all but one or two of the Pokemon games. I think I missed out on X and Y, but I've played all the other ones, I believe. What do you want from this game? What do you want it to be?
um,
What do you want it to go? And what do you want it to do?
I I've already seen people trying to decipher. A lot of people hated the Gigamax and the Gigantamax. I thought it was kind of a cool mechanic, but not. I kind of missed the Mega mechanic, and the Mega mechanic always felt very Digimon to me. Um, where like it can evolve up to this, but eventually it's going to run out of steam and it's going to de-evolve back into its normal state, and that always came off as very Digimon to me. And I mean, Digimon might have a better anime. Pokemon definitely has better overall games, better overall. I mean, the only trading card game in this battle style is definitely Magic that can top Pokemon. I mean, a lot of people Yu-Gi-Oh's up there, but I like for me, game wise at least, I like what Sword and Shield did, going having been disappointed in the trial mode, the trials I should say, in Sun and Moon, and kind of somewhat disappointed. I'll get into that more with the Warden battles in Arceus. I would like to get it back to the old school games where it's you go into a gym, you're going to be, you know, you better come strapped ready with your revives, your potions, your full heals, all those um health implements, and you're going to be tested by, it doesn't need to be 8 or 10, but 2 or 3 or 4 trainers before you get to that gym battle, and then you have an actual gym battle, um akin to the first, 2 or 3 generations, where unless you stood out in the wild areas and grinded your Pokemon to a point where you're walking into a gym battle with a gym leader that had, a level 35 and you're in the 40s already, I would almost like to see them kind of cap those battles. And I think the best way to go about, like, capping your level before you can battle up to that would be to finally implement a difficulty level where, like, I've seen people suggest, take a short 10-question quiz, and depending on how you answer, it's going to choose a difficulty. I think maybe do that, or, just simply give it, um, I like let you pick your own difficulty. Because, I mean, there's people that might have played games in the past that they've only casually played it. Like, I wouldn't say I I played it not necessarily hardcore, as far as like the IV training and shiny hunting before I got into the game. That never really appeased me. Um but I love getting into a game, figuring out, how long till I can get my my team solid enough that, like, I can go through the game and have fun. I'm not someone that's, okay, I'll train up, my 3 or 4 will always be in my party, and then from there, I don't want to. I'll go based on the type of gym. It's like, okay, I know I've got a fire style gym. Okay, well, I'll keep, even if I say in this game, say I go um Fuecoco and I take that fire starter. When I go up against a fire gym, he's not going to do a lot for me necessarily. Will he stay in my party? Yeah, especially if they keep the XP share going. Um, I would definitely keep him in for that. But I'm obviously going to bring in, 4 to even 5 water types, and, actually want to struggle against a gym, not just walk into it, like I said, uncapped, roll into a level 35 Pokemon gym battle with all level um 50 Pokemon. Like, that's just, and I mean, they did that in the past games where um it, I think they might have stopped that in Generation 3. Um I think where, you know, you have 3 gym badges. If your Pokemon are level 40 and under, they'll listen to you. But once you hit 41, that Pokemon you might say, hey, do Charizard, do flamethrower, and it's gonna, yeah, you ain't got enough badges to be hollering at me to use flamethrower. I'm gonna do what I want. Like, they need to reintroduce those kind of mechanics, which they did actually do in Arceus. If you weren't a high enough rank, and you tried to roll with a alpha Pokemon, it wasn't gonna listen to you. It would just, like, yeah, just because you put me in a Pokeball don't mean I had to do anything you say, which was awesome to see back. I'd love to see more regional variants. Um, there's really none in Arceus. I mean, you got Basculin, and then it evolves, obviously. Um, Teddiursa and Ursaring remain the same, but they have an evolution. Same with Scyther. remain the same but got an evolution. Um, I would love to see more overall changes that way. Especially if you're talking about Spain, you have a lot of history with different religions, so you could do. I don't want to like drag that into it, but you could do. I'm sure there's gonna have to be some sort of mention of a religion, like whether you fight a priest type trainer or something like that. Like I would love to see, you know, how do I put it? Like a even a Gengar, like that has some sort of not priestly, but um some sort of quality like that to it, where it's like more not religion based, but has that spin on it, and like you have all these different elements that you could do to add to variance in Pokemon, because that's been the coolest thing since Gen 8 came out, was getting to see these regional variants. Like honestly, if we only got Let's Go style games from here on out, as long as they gave me like went back and did like I know we got these games. We've had, the Gen 2 Pokemons for 20 years, I think, at this point. The TCG just hit 25 years, so I want to say it's 20, maybe less for the original Silver and Gold. Go back and give some of those a regional variant, and then, you know, come up with some sort of story about how, we've been studying this area forever, but we just never noticed regional variants before, outside of shiny Pokemon, because that's when that was introduced. Um, like you said, they already showed and kind of mentioned an actual open world. They did that more here, where you can each area you go to in Arceus, you get four corners of the map. You can go to all four corners, not like Sword and Shield, where you can walk into town, but you have to stay within the gates. You can't walk. You can't just go willy nilly through people's yards, or oh, there's a grassy area. There should be Pokemon over there. Well, too bad you can't go over there. Um, it's great to hear that it sounds like they're doing that. Like, yep, there's Pokemon hidden in that field right there. Have at them. Like that's awesome to hear. Um, I definitely look forward to hearing and seeing more about what they have in store for us for this gen, for sure.
All right, going to you, Mr. Birdman himself, Logan. Being a guy who has only played Arceus, has never really been into a Pokemon game, what do you want from your first experience of a mainline Pokemon game, and are you going to play the new Pokemon Gen 9?
Basically all I'm wanting is what they did in Arceus. Put it into a main game with gym battles and that, and boom. I honestly think that would be the perfect game. I think that's the only thing I have is I wish there were gym battles and like that build up to the biggest gym battle and take it down the leader in most Pokemon games. Um, I kind of want that, but with Arceus. Like I like the open worldness. I like the star system where you're actually like when you complete um like your Pokedex, you get rank up, and then when you rank up, you can take over or take control of a certain level amount of Pokemon. I don't know. I just think that's really fun. I think it's very enjoyable. It's kind of Monster Hunter kind of style where you go to these areas, you go to take Pokemon on, and then like you can go back to your camps and do things. It's literally very Monster Hunter ish. But I also like that you get to take control of as the person, you actually get to throw the Pokeballs. You get to actually walk around during the battles instead of you just being stuck on one part of the screen and seeing a bunch of stuff pop up. Like I like that. Obviously, also either cut down on the text or hire someone to do voice acting because
We're not
that's
getting
another
voice
thing I
acting.
want.
You're not
Yeah,
getting
I
that
voice
just
that'll
acting.
never happen.
You're
I think
not
that's
getting
the
voice
only thing.
acting.
That's a one thing I really don't enjoy about it. Is the fact that it is like literally for the first hour of the game, you're nonstop looking at text bubbles for literally an hour. You're clicking, 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 and I'm like, just get to the point. I think that's why I don't. I'm not gonna say I don't. I play this game mostly for the story because I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like the story for Arceus, but I like the gameplay and the whole premise of it. I don't really like the story. I could honestly care less about the story. I was in it for catching Pokemon, fighting Pokemon, evolving Pokemon, getting my Pokédex. I think that's what it's good at. And I like that it's like open world-ish. And I like the more and more you progress, the more you can actually explore each map. So like you get to each map, but you only get to explore so much because you don't have certain things to get to certain places. And so when you get that, it's even more exciting because you're like, oh, now I get to go explore the other half of the map that I didn't get to explore the first time I went around. So it adds more to each place you go to. I like that part of it. I definitely will say the story is it's not really that good. I don't. I actually at this point you're gonna probably be mad. I have skipped almost all the text. I don't care. I don't find it enjoyable. I don't care what the professor has to say about his 15th time I've had to sit with him and watch him eat rice. I don't care. But every other part of it, it's great. And I hope this next Pokemon game again does what I said. I think it would be cool if they did those open world areas like they did, and then they actually have more cities. I would like to see more cities or more places. And then obviously, bring that normal Pokemon game into what Arceus is, and just combine it together and make, in my opinion, probably one of the best Pokemon games ever. Like I would love that. I mean, I can't say that because I've never played any of the other ones really, but I personally have enjoyed this one more than I tried. I think it was Y on the 3DS, and after playing, I think I also played Pokemon Yellow on the Game Boy a little bit. I never beat it, um, but I didn't. I also didn't have the attention span as a kid to beat a game like that. Um, and then so I played Y on the 3DS. I believe that's what it was, and I enjoyed it a little bit, but again, it was just the same thing. So that's why I like about Arceus is because it's so different and it's actually like something new. And I'm hoping again they could still do the same thing they did with other Pokemon games, but mix Arceus in there, and I would be so happy with it. Like I would love it. That's all I'm hoping for.
All right. I'll try to keep mine short and sweet. We still got a lot to get to. But I'm going to tell you what I want from this game. And then after that, I'm going to tell you what I think and will pretty much guarantee what we're going to get from this game. I want this game to be Skyrim Pokemon, but harder. I want this game to be like Skyrim. You open up into a world and you can go anywhere and do anything. You wander around, you find towns. Oh, look, here's a gym. But you know what? This gym is level 40 Pokemon and I'm level 5. Can't do that. Wander off, go to an area. Oh, look, here's another Pokemon, high level. And you just wander around and you just explore this area while finding all 8 gyms while giving you a decent story, because I know like Logan doesn't care about the story in Arceus, but I've always really cared. Not really care, but I like the stories in the Pokemon game. You know, Black and White, for example, had I think one of the better stories in the Pokemon series in terms of the villains, their background, their history, what they're trying to do. Obviously, the main characters don't get a lot of character development throughout the game. That's not the point of these games. The point of these games is more about the world that you're in and what the people in the world are experiencing and how the quote unquote bad guy group is going about that. So that's what I want the game to be. I want it to be very in depth with open systems, an open map design where it's on you to find the path. The path isn't laid out for you like in all the other mainline Pokemon games, which I love, by the way. I love those games. I play them all the
You-
time. I
So
would,
you're saying don't give us, that OG that here's little town, here's your first gym. Your
yeah,
Pokemon should be this. You're saying Gym 8 might be the first gym you stop at. Well, your Pokemon are nowhere near ready for
yeah,
that.
or something
So
like
then
that.
you're gonna
I want to be able to explore the world at my own leisure and find my way. Find my way to what gyms we're gonna get. Find my way to a Pokemon. Maybe go off into a cave/dungeon and be like, oh shit, here's a fucking legendary. I just stumbled upon it. Let me mark this on my map, mark it on my quest log or however they do it, and come back to it later so I know where it is. And that's just something that you could just naturally run into while exploring the world. I want
that
That
a
would
would
be
be
dope.
awesome.
I want a deep Breath of the Wild style world where nothing is told to you. It is your job to go out and explore, fill out the Pokedex, level up your Pokemon, deal with problems in the world, experience a story, and just naturally play this game. That's what I want. What we're gonna get is Sword and Shield expanded with bigger areas. That's what we're gonna get. I'm sorry. I have no faith in the game being what I want it to, and I'm going to love this game or like this game because I love Pokemon and I'm okay with anything. But we're going to get Sword and Shield with an expanded world. That's what it's going to be
Yeah, because they've
because
never really listened to what the people want
it's not just a
100%.
it's not just about listening to it. It's about who these games are made for. And while yes,
Hmm.
we as 30-year-old males, Logan as what 25?
Nope, 24.
I almost got it. 24. These games aren't built really for us. We love them and we appreciate them, we play them, but they're still built for a younger generation. And I don't think a kid's going to be okay. He's not going to understand why he walks in this gym. He's like, why is this, I don't know, Onyx in this rock gym destroying my entire team in one hit? And he's going to get frustrated and quit. And that's not what Pokemon is. That's not what Game Freak wants them to be. And that's not what Nintendo wants this series to be. It's what I want it to be, but I'm fairly certain it's never going to be that in a main line. Maybe Arceus and all that it'll build. Game Freak will build on top of Arceus and make a game more for our generation. But the mainline games are never going to be what I want it to be and what I just described to you guys. Oh, also I want the battle system from Arceus. I want to be able to freely walk around and
Yes.
freely throw out my Pokemon in the middle of this Skyrim world. Again,
And honestly,
not going to get it, but that's what I want.
that's probably in all likelihood. I mean, the game that we're talking about and hoping for, it's kind of been done and they're being done, but they're being done as hacked ROMs and people basically taking the Pokemon games and saying, "All right, Game Freak doesn't want to do it, we'll do it." And if Game Freak cared at all that they were doing that or had the intention of doing that, they would have had the entire ROM world shut down years ago. I mean, I got Worthy and me hooked on doing ROMs to do the what is it, the Nuzlocke challenge our junior year of college already. Like that has always been such a fun thing to do where it's, like even that would be a cool thing. Give us Gen 1 and then once you beat it, give us or Gen 2 whatever, give us new game mode like you see in games a lot nowadays. Give us a new game mode and then let us start it over, but with like a Nuzlocke type thing where, you know, you're not gonna get Pidgey and Sentret and Hoot Hoot on your and Caterpie on your first route. You're gonna get, Sizor and Skamori and, some of those Pokemon that you don't get to see till the end of the game. But like I said, that's something you're only ever gonna see in the ROMs just because like you said, like Game Freak doesn't care that we're 30 and still playing Pokemon. Are they happy? Yeah, because that's just, $60 more in their pocket. They don't care um that we want, X, Y, and Z. They only care that, little Johnny's begging mom to get him this for Christmas or his birthday because it'll shut him up and keep him happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they don't care. It's just that it's almost impossible to build the game that a 30-year-old wants to play, have been playing Pokemon all day, and then also build a game that, the way we were when Red and Blue came out, you get in this game and you're able to play it and you get attached to the series. It's almost impossible to build a game for both those people. So,
Yeah.
other than that, I want to finish up with saying what's a hype level for it? Are we going to play it? My hype is, let's say, 7 out of 10. I'm excited. I'm going to play it. I can't wait for it. DJ, what about you?
Right now, I'd say I'm probably a little bit closer to an 8, maybe like a 7, 9. Obviously, it'll get higher with more leaks that come. And I mean, I have the main story beat on Arceus. I'm literally just going around finishing my Pokédex, finishing side quests. And I mean, I might have that done probably by June at the latest, I would think. If not, it'll probably be before that. Because I'm bringing my Switch to Florida with me for that 20-hour drive down. So, um, I I'll probably knock this out and then I'll go back to touching my plethora of Mario games and even Pikmin 3 and when I play Switch. So it'll be like a wait until either that comes, which I think they've probably been working on this for a hot minute. That's why we got um I think they had Arceus ready by the time the DLCs. They're putting the finishing touches on Arceus when the DLCs came out for Sword and Shield, and then to keep people, interested, we got to push something out. So they gave the Diamond and Pearl remake, dropped this on us, and now they're polishing Gen 9, or going into that polishing stage where it'll be ready in time for the holidays. So right
All I'm,
now, like I said, I'm just under an 8, but I'm sure that'll grow as time goes.
all I'm saying real quick before I turn it to you, Logan, they better polish this game because did y'all see those frame rates on those windmills? That thing was running at 15 frames a second on them windmills. Anyway,
Once you play Arceus, if you see a Pokemon in the distance, you'll see it start doing the robot away from you, and then
I
it'll turn around, and then it comes back in and it's moving at full speed. So
I can't wait. Anyway, Logan, what's your hype level? Are you gonna play it? And any last thoughts?
I'm gonna say 6. I mean, I'm excited if it's anything like Arceus. Again, I'm gonna be checking it out and keeping my eye on it throughout the year. I don't know. I really hope it's like Arceus because if it is, like that's gonna be awesome. But I'm just gonna keep looking at it and see what it is. I mean, from the trailer, it kind of looks like it, but they didn't show any actual like gameplay of people like throwing Pokeballs and stuff like that. So I guess we will see. So
All right, moving on to a second story. Well, everyone okay?
yep.
Sound like someone just fell down the stairs. Oh, moving on to the second story. The new Telltale, the studio behind all of your favorite narrative point and click adventure games type, has finally revealed The Wolf Among Us Season 2. Reading from the blog post on the PlayStation blog, it says half of our team consists of former Telltale staffers, and we've done a lot in the 2 years since we announced the rebirth of Telltale. We've been working behind the scenes to not just rebuild, but to rethink how to run a studio, how do you make it sustainable, and what can we do to make the job smoother. We've got a long road ahead of us before the game is ready to launch in 2023, but we plan to keep at it and take the time needed to make this game right. And then it says if you want to keep track of the progress, go to their social media channels. So I want to start with Logan. I know you haven't played the first one. I know you said you were getting ready to. Are you getting ready to play it because of this game coming out? And what are your thoughts? And are you excited about it?
yeah, I definitely want to play it now because of the second one. I mean, I've always played it, so I guess this gives me even more of a reason to go play it. I love the Telltale games. I'd say the ones I the ones I beat were Borderlands Telltale game, which that game was phenomenal. The first Walking Dead Telltale game. Also, I mean, that's when, in my opinion, Telltale started to become very popular. That game was amazing. Um, there was another one I could have swore I beat, but yeah, I love that kind of game. I mean, it's not like the stories are super good. I wouldn't say the choices always matter, but I don't really find it that big of a deal. It's like I don't know, just to experience the story. They always nail the stories most of the time. Oh yeah, the other one I played was Game of Thrones, and I was disappointed in that one.
Yeah, that one.
I was
Yeah,
extremely disappointed in that one. Like
first
the game's so
episode great.
good.
Next 5 episodes not so great.
Yeah, the ending was just like, what? Like
Crap.
after it ended, I was like, what? I was like, that was
Just like
just
the
it was.
series.
Oh yeah, well, I
Uh,
should have.
I don't want to talk about that because I can talk for
Yeah.
3 hours about how I'm disappointed about that. But for me, sorry, is that all you gonna say, Logan?
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm excited for it. I hope
cool.
it's super good.
You know, 6, 7, 8. What's your level?
I would say 8.
8. Okay. Well, for me, someone who has played all but one of the Telltale games, at least the modern Telltale. I know they made some things before they did the style of games that they do now, but the only one I haven't played is the Jurassic. No, the Back Before Time one. Oh my God, that was not the right thing. the Oh my God, I can't think of it. What's the movie about time, DJ?
About time.
Yeah, the time traveling car. Back to the Future. Sorry, Jesus, my
Oh,
God,
there.
Jeez.
my
Sorry.
God,
Different sec.
Jesus. I
Let's
am.
Not
stop.
to hurt feelings. I haven't really played the Telltale game. I think I watched you do
That would have been
what came out
season
when we were in
one. That would
college.
have been season one of The Walking Dead and season two of The Walking
Yep,
Dead.
yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep. I remember that, and like I've seen here and there, and that's one I've never leapt into just because I've always worked 50, 60, 70-hour week jobs, so I don't really have the time to throw myself at every single video game. So I'm just gonna sit back and listen to you guys argue about this.
Well, I don't think it's much arguing. So again, someone who's played all of them, but one, I love these games. I love Telltale. I was sad to see when they failed, and I did a lot of reading, learning about why it failed and all that. I'm happy to see them come back. I'm happy to see them doing what they believe is right for the people that work for them and the company that works for them. They're obviously taking their time with making these games now, which is what they need to be. We finally, praise to whoever you pray to, they finally put this thing on Unreal Engine, which I don't know if you guys know anything, but the engines that Telltale used were absolutely awful. They were terrible. So, and The Wolf Among Us is probably my favorite. I don't know, it goes back and forth between that, Tales from the Borderlands, and the Batman ones. Those are all very excellent, but probably The Wolf Among Us is
Oh, I
above that.
forgot. The Batman ones are so good
Dude, they're
too.
so
I
amazing.
forgot
But
about
anyway,
that.
my excitement level for this, 9 out of 10. I cannot wait for this game. I love the Wolf Among Us. I love the world. I'm going to play this day one for me. So that's all I got to say about that. DJ, I know you haven't played these games, but are you going to play them? Have you seen the trailer? Are you excited? Let us know.
Um, I don't know offhand if I've seen the trailer for this. Um, I've just because of not really money, but just time constraints on life, I haven't really been able to throw myself at all of the pop culture and video games and all that stuff that's been coming out, rapid fire the last couple of years, especially now that or I should say the last couple of months, now that we're really crawling, or I should say pushing full steam ahead out of this whole pandemic. Um, and with life's been busy. I went from vacation to closing down a house to now getting ready for our first child, so I really haven't had a whole lot of time to look at some of those. Was interested. Like I said, I watched you play the Walking Dead games. I think they did a Guardians of the Galaxy game.
Yes, they did. And it was
Yeah.
good. It wasn't amazing.
Yeah,
It was
I've
good.
I've heard you guys kind of go back and forth on that. That one's piqued my interest. Um,
Let me explain a little bit to you real quick. So, The Wolf Among Us is set in a comic book universe done by Dark Horse, and this universe is an adult version of all the fairy tales. So you play as the Big Bad Wolf. He's called Bigby in this, and you run into characters like the Three Little Pigs. Snow White is very prominent in the game. Um, you run into all those famous fairy tales characters, and it's set in a very mature, um, modern day landscape. And it's mind boggling how effing cool it is to see some of your childhood fairy tales characters be done in this way. So if that doesn't excite you, I don't think you're gonna get excited about
I
these
as
games.
soon as you said that, I mean, I know you were not huge on a lot of it, but that's why I got in, Assassin's Creed Odyssey and those games in general. I love, like, with what you're telling me, these are very based on like historical stories, and that shit really lights my fire. Um, that's
That
part of the reason Valhalla was so disappointing,
does it.
is that they shat all over kind of the mythology.
Well, that's a whole other topic. Assassin's Creed games are
So
disappointing
so
for a
like,
lot of reasons.
sorry, yeah, I know. So like, um it's just, yeah, I might actually look into getting one of those just because I guess what I'm trying to say is like that kind of stuff I love, um reading about, playing about. um it just, like, it's all that stuff is so much fun that it's like, yeah, I'm definitely excited to hop into those and definitely take a look at one of them.
Good. It says they're not long. I mean, it's 5 episode. Each episode is no longer than 2.5 hours. Some of them are even shorter than an hour and a half, so you can get done with them in a weekend. Normally, I actually watch them while I'm watching football. I turn on football, I turn those games in the background, and I play them. That's how I've played a lot of them. So you can get through them, and they're really story
Are
heavily
they
driven.
an easy platinum?
Oh my god, yes. All but
Okay,
all but some of them. I have platinumed
not,
all of them, but The Walking Dead season 4 only because you have to do a couple extra things in that one. But yes, in most of them, all you gotta do is beat the games, beat each episode, and you get the platinum. In The Wolf Among Us, you do have to go back and replay some of the chapters because some of the episodes because there's you make a decision and you get one thing and then you replay it and you make the opposite decision and you get the other thing. That's all you got to do in The
okay.
Wolf Among Us. But all of them
Not
super easy platinums.
not that I'm probably ever gonna catch you in the platinums department, but I mean, if they're fun and I can earn a platinum, I mean that's why I love playing the Lego games. Not that those are always an easy platinum, but they're fun. I know to tickle Logan's fancy, they have voice acting in them now. It's not just
Hey,
um
I
Bro,
love
did
the I love
okay.
it. And I love
Real
it.
quick, I don't want to get off
Sorry.
topic too much. Did you guys see the new announcement from Lego Star Wars where they make the mouth noises?
Yes.
yeah,
Oh my
I sent the
god, I
Blasphemous.
can't
in
wait.
the group. That, oh my god, just
Pew
I'm
pew
like,
pew pew pew
yeah,
pew
that's the
pew.
thing I've always done. And just to hear like Obi-Wan during the fight going with his voice will be just another. That's how I'm gonna play the whole game if I can.
Very excited about that. Very excited about that. But anything else to say about The Wolf Among Us 2?
Nope.
No, I will definitely have to check out the first one
Yeah, definitely.
and
We'll get
jump
you.
into one and get two going.
Yeah, we'll get you on here for you to talk about that when it gets closer to it. So, moving on to our third story. Is Bioware in trouble again? For those of you that don't know, Bioware is a studio that made Baldur's Gate 2 in the 90s. Then they went on to make Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, which is widely regarded as one of the best Star Wars games ever made still to this day. It can be argued one or two Star Wars games come out, got beat, but most people agree it's, if not one, two in terms of Star Wars games made. Then they went on to create one of the best video game trilogies of all time, minus the last 20 minutes, in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Then they went on to make a spiritual successor to the Baldur's Gate games in Dragon Age Origins. And then they came out with Dragon Age 2, which a lot of people didn't like. And then they came out with Dragon Age Inquisition, which also a lot of people didn't like. I loved it. And then they came out with Mass Effect Andromeda. I already talked about it earlier. If it was made by anybody else, it would have been an okay game. The fact that it was made by BioWare and the legacy that comes with that, and the legacy that comes with the franchises, it was bad. And most recently, they dropped the biggest bomb of all time on us. They released a little known game called Anthem, which died faster than, I don't know. It just died really quickly. And the game was terrible. It got panned everywhere. If you enjoyed Anthem and you listen to this, great. You can enjoy whatever you want. I love Avengers, even though I know what it is. So BioWare is in trouble. And we've gotten a couple new reports now. I'm still hopeful for Dragon Age 4. But reading from IGN, in a blog today, General Manager Gary McKay outlined the different phases of the game development, noting that Dragon Age 4 is currently in the midst of the phase where the development team is executing on the blueprint. He says, our blueprint was completed last year, so now we're focusing on building out our vision, creating amazing environments, deep characters, strong gameplay, impactful writing, emotional characters, and much, much more. The blueprint for the game is well understood, and the team is focused, he wrote. It's also been rumored that the game, well, not rumored, it's been confirmed that the game will not launch until at least 2023, which is okay, that's fine with me. But also they announced no remaster trilogy for the Dragon Age games. Massive disappointment to me considering we just got Mass Effect trilogy remastered and it was widely loved. Everyone thought it was a great job, it was a great remaster. And speaking of Mass Effect, they announced the all great news that even though we got a trailer for it last year, it is still in the works and the team is currently actively prototyping new ideas and experiences. So I don't know how much you guys have to say about this. I am a huge Bioware fan myself. I love them. I want them to be what they used to be. Uh, both of these new stories don't really make me happy. They kind of disappoint me. The fact that they were only finished with the prototyping stage, or what they call the blueprint stage, last year. So if this game hits 2023, I would be surprised. Um, I'm thinking 2024 for this game, and I don't know. I love this. I love this company. I love the studio. I am have very little faith that they can right the ship, because every time I read a story, it seems like there's a problem in the story. There's a problem in the studio. There's people leaving. There's people getting fired. The fact that the Mass Effect game is only in the prototype stage, so they haven't even started working on it yet. And we got a trailer for it last year, which makes that trailer now seem very hollow, as it was just a way to get the fans of the series hyped, when theoretically this game we're not going to see until 2025, 2026 at the earliest. So uh, I don't know how much you guys care about this or know about this, how much you've played of these games, but any reaction to this, any opinions about this?
I am super excited. I mean, I don't know
Oh,
if I'm like, I don't know if I trust them to make Mass Effect 4. I don't know if I believe they could do it. They probably don't even have like probably 10% of the original team left there, to be honest. Most of them probably already left already because of the greedy corporation that EA is. Um, I I want it to be really good. I want, just like how goodness. Uh,
real quick,
I can't think of the game now.
real quick, I want to
What's
intervene. Dragon Age 4 was first teased at the Game Awards in 2018, and they said just last year they finished the blueprint in 2021.
oh boy,
So
yeah,
Well,
they were prototyping for 3 years before they started making
yeah.
this
I don't
game.
know about Dragon Age because I've never played any of them, so I can't have an opinion on.
I'm sure
Um,
COVID kind of threw a wrench into a lot of those plans too. I mean, we've seen how many games get pushed back or get thrown off course because they couldn't figure out working from home or anything like that.
yeah,
Okay,
2020 kind of ruined a lot of
that's
gaming development.
that's fair a little bit, but I want to throw something at you guys with in response to that. For a game first teased in 2018, what game came out in 2018 that we're now getting a sequel for this year? It's a little game called
God of War.
God of War. So a studio in Sony Santa Monica completely made the game in the same time frame that when this game first got teased. They
But
That's true.
can
And
I
they
tell you
also they
something? They
also
already had an
took
engine and the assets already. They already had it built pretty much.
yes,
So really, all
so
God
does
of War had to
Bioware.
focus on.
EA forces
They
them to
don't
make.
seem to know what engine they want to use.
No, they have to use the Frostbite engine. EA forces their teams
Yeah,
to use the Frostbite engine, so they know what engine they have. It's just a shit engine for the games that they're trying to make. And we can blame EA all we want for that, but at the end of the day, you got to make the game right. I mean, Anthem's problem was not the engine that it ran on. Anthem's problem was that BioWare made the wrong game, and they made it very badly. Eh,
trying to think
Um,
if
to go
Anthem
on that
was one
though,
I
what did
wanted to
Fallen
go.
Order get made on? Did
what?
Fallen Order get made on the Frostbite engine?
Jedi Fallen Order?
Yeah.
No, because Respawn pretty much told EA to go F themselves and did whatever they want. I believe that was made on the Unreal Engine. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
That's what I mean. Like, well, so I'm not saying this is a good excuse because I obviously don't think it's gonna. I honestly think EA should stop doing that. I don't know why they keep
Real
doing
quick.
that, but that's why I get.
Jedi Fallen Order was made on Unreal Engine 4.
Okay, but so what I was trying to say was basically, um, so God of War, they obviously have or can work on their own engine, and they already know their engine in and out. Clearly, they made God of War. So now they already have the engine built. They already have all the things that they do. So it shouldn't. They already have an easier way of now. All they do is focus on building the world, building the design, the combat, and all. Wow, and I'm not protecting them on this, but it's EA's fault mostly. They are getting forcing them to use an engine that doesn't even clearly Mass Effect Andromeda uh, does not work for that type of game. So that's why I kind of do believe I do not have so much. I'm not really that excited for it, but I want it to be good. But I know that EA needs to just stop forcing their, you know, part of their business to use Frostbite in everything, even their sports games. That's a whole.
Okay.
But
Breaking news, real quick. Mass Effect 4 will be made on Unreal Engine 5, so that's good.
hey,
That makes me
that's so
way
good.
more excited for that than I am for Dragon
Wow.
Age.
Yeah, now I'm really excited for that. That's super good.
But
I'm happy for
Dragon Age 4 is still on Frostbite.
that. Yeah, well, I have a feeling if it keeps going this way, they're going to again, which means it's probably also going to get delayed even longer.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I love both Dragon Age and the Mass Effect series. Mass Effect more than Dragon Age because I think Mass Effect had 3 great games and 1 middling game, where Dragon Age had 1 fantastic game, 1 okay game, and 1 fine game. I guess okay and fine are kind of in the same realm, but I liked Inquisition more than a lot of people. I think I put 70 hours into Inquisition, if not more. No, sorry, 170 hours. My bad. Uh, Sorry, I'm severely underestimating that
Big
one, huh?
difference.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm dumb sometimes, but so I liked Inquisition. I understand a lot of the problems, and a lot of people didn't like the way that the world was created and thought that the characters were crap as compared to some of the old Dragon Age. The Dragon Age Origins has incredible world development and character development, and it's right up there with Mass Effect style. I don't think it's as good as Mass Effect because I think, as I said earlier in the episode, Mass Effect has probably the best characters in all of video game. I mean, there's arguments to be made, but Mass Effect's up there, top five.
You know what's crazy
Even
though?
in even if
Inquisition was
any game you throw at it, Mass Effect can stand toe to toe with the best of all time in terms of character development and character realization. So, sorry, you were saying?
Dragon Age Inquisition was actually made on Frostbite.
I told you that, yeah.
So yeah, why are they struggling so bad if they've already made a game on the engine?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
They should clearly,
I
yeah,
said they're making the game on the same engine they've worked with. I don't know whether to blame them or the engine, because this is going to be the 4th game they've made on that engine now. So even if you have an engine that's not great for the game you're trying to make, at some point in time, being the video game developers that they are, I've been working in the industry for 30 years, if not more, you got to figure the shit out, right?
yeah, you would
Well,
think they would. I don't know.
did EA have something to do with the development of Frostbite that they're so gun ho about all of our games are
No.
going to be made on this?
So
Because
Dice
like
made the Frostbite engine, and I don't want to speak in terms of deep knowledge about it, but from what I know, Dice made the engine, and obviously EA owns Dice, the people who make the Battlefield and
okay,
Battlefront games, and they just want to use it because it's a great engine, phenomenal engine for first-person shooters.
well
What
they're
that
just so
what
what they're
that
doing
engine can
is
reproduce for first-person shooters is unparalleled in my opinion. But it doesn't work for RPG systems and mechanics, not just the
mhm.
visuals. I'm talking about everything else that needs to go in to an RPG game. The systems, the mechanics, the weapons, the gear, the armor, everything. It clearly doesn't work.
So in other words, it sounds like um Dice created it. It's were great for their games. EA bought Dice and we're like, now we don't have to worry about using the Unreal Engine, even though that is like been the god for development. They've decided to stick with, our little baby Dice has done a phenomenal job. Now we're gonna force the rest of you to use it, even though it doesn't, like, we don't care, like, because a lot of all this that we've been talking about with the, which we'll get into more with the Ubisoft story, um like the whole acquisitioning that's been going on, it's very, it's all about money. I mean, that's how you run a business. So they're, instead of going out and buying or working on other development engines, they're just, we have Frostbite, everyone use Frostbite. We're crapping out these for the title because that's all EA's ever done. Ever since John Madden came to them and said, "Hey, I want to make a legit football game," they've just slapped Madden on it, slapped the hypest star of that season, and said, "Here you go. It's a little bit better graphics and the same shit mechanics it's been for the last 10 games, and you're gonna pay for it because that's what you always do." And eventually it's gonna shoot them in the face. When? Who knows? I mean, I would love if somebody like nobody's like if like you or me or Logan wins the lottery and goes, here's 90% of my earnings. I want to buy dice from you. They're not gonna say, oh yeah, okay. No, they're gonna say you can go fuck yourself. We own it. Who are you? Like, and that's just, and nobody's ever gonna become the CEO of EA on the premise that I would like us to not put Madden out for 2 seasons. We'll just update rosters, and we're just gonna make the most high end Madden game ever. That's never gonna happen because that's not gonna make them copies. Because that's not gonna make the money because everybody buys Madden or Mass Effect or the Battlefield games. Like Battlefield 2042, yeah, there's a lot of gripe and lawsuits and stuff about how kind of dog shit it seems to have come out. But I mean, Call of Duty finally learned their lesson, which we'll get into. But like, maybe eventually EA will learn their lesson. It doesn't seem like it, but I mean, fingers crossed, right?
I want to interject real quick, and I actually want to step up and defend EA, because I think some of the things they've done in the past couple of years is defensible, and I can say that they're doing the right thing. If you read some of the background on Anthem, and I know Jason Schreier, he did a detailed post-mortem on the game, a lot of that was not EA's fault. A lot of that was Bioware not knowing what the hell they were doing. I mean, he spells it out for you in the article. That I was trying to find the article what he was saying, but I couldn't find it because I'm dumb. But you know that when they debuted that game at E3, I believe in 2017, I believe maybe it was 2018. The game wasn't even made. Like they didn't even have the world built. They finished that game in 18 months because they had such bad leadership and no direction that they didn't know what they were doing. So a lot of that's not EA's fault. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know if I trust BioWare to make a game like they used to anymore. So with all that said, my excitement level for these games is sitting in the high eights because I love these franchises. But my trust in the developer right now is maybe at a 5, if not a 4, because I just don't believe they know what they're doing anymore. They know how to make a game. Like Logan said at the beginning of this, the BioWare that we knew is maybe 10% still there. The team that made Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 is gone. Casey Hudson, the director, has come back and left again. Like, I don't trust this studio right now to make the games that I want to make and to make them well. So, again,
Just making
excitement.
sure that was. Yeah, you can finish. I'll
I was just
hop
saying,
on after.
excitement, high eights because I love the franchises. Trust and believability, 4.5 for these. So, what do you think, DJ?
The Anthem is one I was making sure just in my head. That was one that when the video and somewhat gameplay trailer came out for it at E3, it was like, oh shit, this is gonna be a banger. And then, like you said, because like I I was so Halo 3, um, the Modern Warfare series was like at its peak until this last game came out. Um, we hadn't gotten what game am I thinking of? We hadn't gotten the Blackout series yet, Black Ops series yet. Um, I never spent time on Mass Effect. I think a buddy tried to get me to play 3, and I was like, "What are you doing? I haven't played the first two."
Yeah,
Like,
that was me. So,
no, no, it wasn't you. Somebody else tried to get me to play 3 before you. Um, and you tried to get me to do it again, and I was like, I should really go back. I have a 360. Um, is that on PS3?
What are you trying to look for?
Mass Effect 1 and 2.
well, just play.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 are all on PS3.
but why
Okay.
would you do that? You have a PS4. These just
Yeah,
buy the
get the
remaster
collection.
collection.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
It comes with all the DLC, everything for all the games, and you can experience the games
And by the
in
way, it
in all
is
one run.
phenomenal
Oh, it's fucking dude.
because
Mass Effect is incredible. Mass Effect 2 is one of the greatest games ever made, bar none. That's not even an opinion of mine. That's a known fact of the video game industry.
See, and like I've always heard that, and that's why it's like I've always wanted to take the time to get into it and just never have. Um, so like, and knowing that it's top shelf, I mean, it's not on my top 10, but that's just because I haven't played it. But like, it's always sad to like, even with dice, like when a game, when a developer publishes, a top tier game, and then instead of running it back and doing it again, they get bought out or whatever by a bigger publisher, and then they tell them, "Hey, crap out this title again, crap out," instead of giving them the time to, put it out in a couple years, like it ruins a game. And I mean, we talked about the other day. I had never really played Battlefield initially. Then Battlefield Bad Company came out. That is still, that ranks, like, if I were to rank all of the military first person shooters that I played a campaign for, that is probably in my top 5, if not top 3. That was such a fun, and it's loosely based on some real life stories, and they've done movies about that same type of story, and it's a fun play. And then Bad Company 2 kind of, like, I don't know if EA had bought them at that time already, but
So EA already bought Dice back in 2006.
okay, so I think that was just after Bad Company had come out, and um
Bad
like,
Company, the first one came out in June of 2008.
Yeah, because
oh, okay, so
1942, Battlefield 2, and Battlefield 2142 all came out around the time that they
oh,
were
okay,
acquired by EA.
Wait, time out. Did you
um
just hold on? Time out. Did you just say 2,122?
42.
That's
I
a
said
two.
2142 or 2142, whatever you want to
Okay.
call it.
Sorry, I thought you tried to say this game was set in like the 20th million. What? Okay, I'm sounding
No,
dumb.
no.
Never mind. I'm
um
sounding as dumb as Logan sounded. So.
it's like, I hate when that happens.
Oh,
It's look what happened with I'm trying to go the mainstay, with Naughty Dog getting rid of or selling Crash Bandicoot to Sony. And then Sony says, "Hey, put this out." And what is it? Crash Time Split or something like that was the first one. Um Before they, put it out on all platforms. It's Twin Sanity, that's it.
Yeah,
Um
Twin Sandy was the first one on the PS2 generation because
it wasn't.
Sony never owned because Sony didn't buy Naughty Dog until after those games came out. I think they bought them sometime in the mid PS2 generation.
I
So
thought they bought the rights to making the games though, because
no,
Naughty Dog wanted to focus on something else.
it was just like a second party agreement, just like Insomniac
Oh, okay.
was. Yeah, just like Insomniac was with Ratchet and Clank and things for a long time. They were not first party until 2016 when
Okay.
when Sony officially bought them. But yeah, it was just a second party agreement, and then afterwards they bought Naughty Dog, but Activision had already bought the rights to Crash by that time.
Now, I
oh
thought
yeah.
Twin Sanity was an okay Crash game, but it wasn't Crash 1, 2, or 3, or Racing, or even Crash Bash,
But
because they were, but like, some of these, it seems like when they get bought by a bigger company and then they're forced to just crap titles out, it it takes such a hit. And it's one of the most, it happens in every industry, and it's always going to be like the most unfortunate thing to happen in every industry, in every product ever. But I mean,
could I
once
cut in real
I
quick?
yeah, go ahead.
So to be on subject, basically, the reason why most of these studios was because of how Battlefield 4 looked as a game. This is at the time when they started to switch over to Frostbite 3. And actually, BioWare and the Need for Speed developer, Ghost Games, were the first to reach out to actually want to use Frostbite for their titles. Actually, most of the other titles, like the sports one, we're going to use the Ignite engine. And I guess that's what the EA sports games used back before, like, I don't know what year they started to switch over to the Frostbite. I think Frostbite's actually just coming in now for the sports games. But yeah, it's actually surprising to know that BioWare and that actually wanted to use the engine So it's almost their own fault why they are struggling so bad because they pushed to use this engine. So because
Well,
EA was just impressed, heavily impressed with what they were able to do with Battlefield 4 with that engine. So all these other people started to jump on. It wasn't even just EA that forced them to. BioWare and Need for Speed wanted to use it.
well, yeah, I mean that happens all the time in video game development. A studio wants to use an engine, but the reality came through is that once they got into making Andromeda, they realized they couldn't do it, and it was at that point that EA was requiring all games under their banner to use Frostbite. Now, again, I defended EA in saying after that article came out by Jason Schreier, a lot of the problems that happened with both those games' development is a lack of leadership within BioWare. Nobody knew what the heck to do. No one knew what was going on, and there were months if not years wasted on development where these developers were just randomly making stuff, and then it gets down to the last 18 months before launch and they're forced to throw a game together.
Yeah,
So I think that's strictly on BioWare, not on EA. Even though EA
exactly.
has a lot of problems, has done a lot of things right, I think that's on BioWare. I'm done, by the way.
I forget. I don't think I had anything really to add.
Well, I thought Logan was saying something.
Oh no, I think
Okay.
that was it pretty much.
Okay, well, before we move on, real quick, we're gonna run through hype level, trustability, everything I went through, Logan.
Hype level, I'm gonna say 5 out of 10.
Oh,
Trust level, 2 out of 10.
oh,
I don't know if I could trust them, but
I thought I was being
yeah,
harsh at 4.
no, man, it's a 50-50. I want it to be good, I really do. But does EA have the people that really want to make a good story, that really want to make a good game and not rush things out? Yes, sometimes. Respawn, for example. But
I mean,
BioWare, I mean, what has been, I mean, it's not a good example to show what happened to Anthem. And after they dropped off support of that game without even giving it, like most game companies that come out, for example, uh, and I'm going to try to cut this short. Battlefront 2, 2017. You know how long that game lasted? It lasted all the way to the point where Battlefield 5 died before Battlefront 2 did.
yeah, great
That's how
support.
long.
And
That's insane.
BioWare after 6 months said, you know what? This thing sucks. We're fucking just leaving it. We're not doing anything with it.
Literally.
Sorry. Everyone who paid $60 for it, sorry, you don't get a game anymore.
Exactly.
And that's complete bullshit, man. That's why I said, you know what? You talked me into it. Hype level still sits at 8, trust level 3. DJ, anything, man, to finish up?
Um, Not really, just because I'm going off of more what you guys and like I noticed, like I I get the digital Game Informer now, so I'll read through some of that stuff here and there, and it just and combing through IGN and stuff. It just yeah, it's shitty to see a company or even a game that the first couple were phenomenal, and then instead of getting better and better, even when they didn't run out of story, it just tapered off, and now it's like,
Well, not even the
are we even
first,
gonna?
not even the first couple, man. BioWare was the best of the best. Okay, well maybe one of the best for 20 plus years, and it's only been the last, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years that they've completely just shriveled to nothing. Well, not nothing. They're still prominent. Like the BioWare name still means something, but I just fear that, like I said over and over again, they just don't have them in them anymore. So in them anymore. Crap.
Well, and that can all be with. I mean, same thing happened with Modern Warfare 3, uh, on their original run through the series. Activision pissed off the guys that built the story, the multiplayer, the campaign, everything for 1 and 2, and then we're like, "Hey, how about you guys do it that way?" And when they got pushback saying, "Well, like we know what we're doing," Activision kind of was like, "Well, we don't care. We're paying you to do it." So then they said, "Fine, we're we're not going to run with the story we want to go with. You guys can figure it out on your own." And Modern Warfare 3 suffered to the point where me, who was diehard Activision COD games, left for the Black Ops and Treyarch branch because they stuck with their crew and those games got eh, better and better until three. Three was a bit of a dip, but it just that can really kill the hype, especially if you know a team's been busting their ass on a series forever, and then the company does stuff to push away those people, and that can really kill the hype and kill the anticipation for a game in general. So, like I said, I don't really have a score to give for that just because I haven't played any of them. But um, yeah, if Bioware can't turn it around, it's going to be real sad for them going forward.
Indeed. All right, moving on to the next one. This is one of the TJ stories he's picked out. Horizon Forbidden West trophy will save the world. A little bit of detail here. I read the story, and pretty much what's going on here is for everybody in the game who unlocks a trophy, reach the Daunt before March 25th. Uh, um, oh my God, I can't think. Guerrilla Games and will partner with Arbor Day and plant a tree in one of the three different reforestation projects across the U.S. So, this being one of your stories, DJ, what do you got to say?
It's kind of cool. I mean, whatever people want to, I'm not going to get in the argument about, is um like global warming real and all the climate change, all that. Like it is, but I'm not going to get into the argument because we're not that kind of podcast. But it's just cool to see, this company has a game that's about like the world went to shit and people did stuff too late, and you had, the tech world trying to help, but it was a little bit too it was a little too late for that for them to do anything really. So they looked to the future and planned, to rebuild society down the road to hopefully erase all the mistakes that they made. And Gorilla is stepping up and saying, there might not be anything that you think you can do about it, but hey, get this trophy, get this achievement in our game, which is literally the second or third trophy you get by just playing the game. It might actually be the first or second, I think.
Well, it's the
Um,
it's the first story trophy. It's literally
yeah,
like an hour into the game. So
yeah. So it's literally all you have to do is install the first disc, pop in the second disc, start up, play an hour, and you've helped turn, some of the excessive deforestation down um by having a tree planted. I mean, you and me have hit it, and I know when I was at GameStop, um I was the 30th or 40th person or something like that she had seen that day, plus the 20 or so that came before that, and she was gonna go home and play it that day, the desk clerk lady. And that's just my area. You got 100, and that's excluding whoever bought it from Target, whoever bought it from Best Buy, Walmart, wherever. So I mean, the likelihood of we got a whole month yet.
yeah, we're
The
talking about
likelihood of
hundreds of thousands of trees being planted
like
because of this.
that's huge moving forward. And if other games could do that, like we've got a we've got a Call of Duty coming out this year yet before they switch to their 2-year model. Um, who knows what's going to be going on in the world between, Ukraine and Russia? Is that conflict going to be over? Or is NATO and other companies, other countries going to step in by then? Maybe, you know, Activision can look at, for every copy of the game or every person that gets through, the campaign or something, or for every X amount of dollars you spend, if they decide to keep Warzone free, for every X amount of dollars you spend on skins, or if you buy this specific skin, we'll give, that $5 or $10 to, one of these relief funds for these countries that are getting damaged by the thing that you're, you know, getting a taste of virtually, because either you live in a country where it likely isn't going to ever happen to you, or something like that. And it just it's cool to see Gorilla step up and be like, we want to make a little change. Our game is based around the world's heading in a shitty direction, but they're trying to preemptively stop some of that shittiness. And I think it's a good model for other gaming companies to, you don't got to go huge. I mean, all they're doing is planting trees. I'm not saying that they have to go buy thousands and thousands of millions of acres of land to set aside to save the planet. They're just replanting trees in various parts of the world, and it can't be that hard for some of these other gaming companies to, step up and do the same thing.
Yeah, I think my reaction is to it. It's a cool amalgamation between the narrative of the game and the reality of our modern world. So I think it's good. I think it's just overall a good thing to be happening. I don't think there's anything negative to take from this. Real quick, Logan, you got anything before we move on?
No, that's really cool that they're doing that. Like, especially just for like just because of an achievement. I mean, that doesn't even mean like that everyone's games. Most people, if they can get it within an hour, are easily that's pretty crazy that they're gonna be able to pay for. They're doing that just for that game, and I like that it connects with the story on how like it's a post-apocalyptic thing, and they weren't like, especially from the first game I played, that they are going and they're using what is in the story, but also helping what is actually what our lives are today with rebuilding trees and rebuilding forests. That's super cool in my opinion.
So get
Anything?
your copy and get on it.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, so moving on. Next story. I want to run through this one pretty quickly because we were already pretty negative on Bioware. I don't want to spend too much time being negative again on another company, but Ubisoft is confident they can remain independent amidst all the scandals and during the new acquisition era that we see ourselves in the modern day video game world. Um, this is one of DJ stories again, so go ahead and take the floor.
Um, yeah, I just, we had kind of talked about, while not recording, about just not really the savagery, but just the back and forth. I know Logan being a hardcore Microsoft guy and you being a hardcore Sony guy, just the craziness of we're to the point now where we literally have two Goliaths, and one just got bigger than the other. And what does that mean for gaming in general moving forward? And you still have Ubisoft, which has been one of the damn near one of the original gaming companies. Like, they're still out there, they're still on their own. They don't have a mother corporation that's funding everything. They're still having to put out, I mean, yeah, they have Assassin's Creed, they have other mainstay titles that are still kicking ass and taking names all the time. But can they keep that up? Can they Are they, like, especially with all of the harassment and um other allegations going out in the game industry as a whole, and just for them, like, can they, I know he's confident they can really survive that and turn over a new leaf and clean house and turn stuff around. But I mean, he also said in the article, hey, if the right price comes, I don't know if the board will say no, but it's,
Yeah, re-
what's that price?
reading
You
from the
know?
article, he says, "We have always taken on decisions in the interest of us, our stakeholders, which are our players, employees, and shareholders. So Ubisoft can remain independent. We have the talent, the industrial and financial scale, and a large portfolio of powerful IPs." However, he goes on to say, having said that, if there were an offer to buy us, the board of directors would of course review it in the interest of all stakeholders, he said.
Yeah, and to me that kind of comes off as he's it it sounds like when a little kid learns how to flick you off using their ring finger instead of their middle finger so they can't technically get in trouble. He's teasing that we don't need one of you big companies to buy us, but he's also saying, we got plenty of IPs cooking, getting ready to just whip out and drop and move forward and stay a top dog. Like, you know, don't be afraid to step in and give us the funding to make them bigger and better and make you guys a bunch of money is what I read from it. Like trying to like almost like he's trying to put makeup on a pig. Like we're getting these problems, we're putting them in our rearview mirror, but moving forward, we have all this great shit that we have, you know, that we're taking off the burner now, and we're ready to move forward, um, step by step, and like kind of offering himself up as like, we can do this by ourselves, but kind of saying it's to me what I rereading the article a few times and watching um he kind of got asked the same question in a like video interview, and he said it came off to me as we don't need we don't need the head honchos in the industry to save this OG, but at the same time he was pitching like it's gonna cost you if you want to, it's gonna cost you some money, but we have a price. Which I mean, at the end of the day, I think everybody has a price um that they're comfortable with, not selling their soul to the devil per se, but you know, everybody has a price that's like, yeah, okay, I'll take the money to just either stop doing what I'm doing or hand the reins over to somebody else. It's just when that price gets laid out, are they going to say, you know what? No, we've been doing this. We've overcome this craziness in the Me Too movement and all that stuff and all this harassment allegations. We've made it through. We're going to keep fighting and we're going to go against you because we've got the IPs, the fan base, the stockholders. We have all the stuff to fight to take you on and beat you. Or are they going to fold and say, you know what, we've had a good run, here you guys go? Like that's just, and we'll see what happens in the future. Are they going to continue to crank out games that, you know, Valhalla was a great IP, Odyssey was a great IP, but they weren't necessarily executed the greatest? Are they going to continue to do stuff like that, or are they going to live up to what he's kind of saying, where we've got we've got the secret sauce figured out again, and we're going to start cranking out hit after hit? So
I could say without a shadow of doubt, in my opinion, and what I want the video game industry to be, that I do not want Ubisoft to be bought by anybody. I
oh,
want
I don't either.
I want Ubisoft to be better than what they have been. There's a lot that we could get into. We're going to go ahead and move past it and maybe save it for another episode. But there's a lot that Ubisoft is doing that nobody wants. Every time they make an announcement, it seems like it's a game that no one asked for, and they refuse to make the games that everybody is asking for. So I can say I don't want them to
Is
be bought. I'm confident that they can remain independent. On a totally other topic, I need Ubisoft to be a lot better than what they are. Logan, what do you
it,
got?
Honestly.
Sorry, go ahead,
Um,
DJ.
are you referring to the fact that that everyone I think has been hoping for a Japan feudal Japan, ninjas versus samurai
No, we don't need
version
that
of
because
Assassin's?
we don't need that because Sony made the game and it's 10 times better than Ubisoft could have ever made the game. So
Ghost of Tsushima.
we don't need that game. I'm just saying I want a Splinter Cell game, and instead of that, they gave me a Battle Royale Tom Clancy's game, which nobody asked for and nobody wants. So real quick,
Yeah.
Logan, what do you got to say about this? And let's move on from it.
I guess to cut it extremely short, yeah. I mean, just kind of listen to what the fans want. I honestly don't want it to really be bought by any company either. I don't think any company really wants them right now because I think they kind of just been putting out a lot of blah stuff and not really coming out with what people want. I just hope Ubisoft starts to understand that to listen to what their fans want. I don't think Assassin's Creed's ever going to go back to what it was. I hope Far Cry
Boo.
does. I don't know if I don't know why they're making everything an RPG. Hopefully, they start to understand that some games should be RPGs and some shouldn't. Other than that, yeah, I just kind of hope they stay on their own. I don't really think they need to be bought by anyone. I kind of hope no one does. I don't.
Bring
I
back
don't think.
Desmond Mason.
But yeah.
No, do not bring back Desmond Mason. Bring back
Yeah, please don't.
bring back old school Assassin's Creed with new characters because the new
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed just aren't it. Anyway, that's a topic for another episode because I can go really in depth about that. Next story: Call of Duty 2023 is no more, or maybe it is. A report came out earlier this week that Activision have reportedly canceled the 2023 or delayed Call of Duty 2023 and pushed it back to 2024. A new update that IGN posted said Activision reached out to IGN with a statement that says, "We have an exciting slate of premium and free to play Call of Duty experiences for this year, next year, and beyond." Yeah. Reports of anything otherwise are incorrect. We look forward to sharing more details when the time is right. So, a little bit of a correction from the story that came out earlier. Real quick, just want to talk to, since you guys are the much more Call of Duty fans than I am, what do you want? Do you want 2023? Do you want them to push everything back? Where do you want to see this franchise go now that obviously, if those of you have been sleeping on the rock, it's bought by, well, I guess Call of Duty has been bought. Activision got bought by Xbox, remaining an independent studio within the Xbox um, umbrella head. So, real quick, what do you guys want from Call of Duty going forward after we get Modern Warfare next year? Go ahead, take it
Um,
away.
I personally think it's a great thing that they're finally taking a year. They really, really need it. I mean, after Modern Warfare, because like Modern Warfare was the perfect refresh to what Call of Duty is. Like, I love that game. I think it was like a breath of fresh air. But then after that, I feel like they've just been struggling so hard to pull out these games. I mean, for example, Black Ops 4 was originally supposed to have a campaign, but it got taken out because literally they didn't have enough time. Then Modern Warfare comes out and it has everything, but I definitely could tell there was still some rush, especially in the Spec Ops mode. Um, then literally, I think there was also probably going to be that I think Warzone probably would have released day one, but it probably didn't make it in time. But especially Cold War was supposed to be made by a different developer. It ended up last minute coming out, and it was Treyarch. And actually, I believe the story wasn't even made by Treyarch. It was actually made by a different company. They are literally struggling to pull out these games every year. And even Vanguard seeing it too. I mean, they had to have really Treyarch work on the zombie mode instead of working on their own Call of Duty. So I'm really happy that they're finally taking a year off. I'm happy. I don't know if this is. I'm not going to say it's because of Microsoft. That obviously Microsoft hasn't even officially gotten them yet. But I'm happy that they are finally going to start taking a year off because hopefully that means when it does come out the following year after that, it is going to be as refreshing as Modern Warfare was. So that's where I'm going to stop my point. What about you, DJ?
Yeah, I'm definitely um so I like like I said, I was part of the wave that like was excited for it. Didn't get to play PUBG because it was PC only for the longest time. Got into Fortnite a little bit. Blackout was awesome. It was a hit. Warzone built on that. Yeah, it was buggy as shit. It did this wrong, it did that wrong. It did some stuff great. Um, Especially from Call of Duty had definitely been a very toxic multiplayer for quite a while. So it was nice to change from that and like move into this era with like Warzone. And yeah, um the campaign for that was phenomenal with Modern Warfare. Can't wait for the to see where they take this new Modern Warfare series. The first two, three was okay campaign wise. The campaign for this one was awesome. Um, Wish it was a little bit longer. Hope they up it with two. Um, and I think it'll be good. Like Logan said, um, Cold War was okay. The campaign was a little like was decent, but I didn't even bother with Vanguard just because it was like it felt like we only had Cold War for 3 months, like, and then next thing you know, they're talking about Vanguard already, and it's like, whoa, like, what are you doing? And like we've said multiple times this episode, the Caldera map is trash. I mean, it has literally seen every major Call of Duty streamer leave um for Apex or to even go back to Fortnite or PUBG or just leave. And it's gotten to the point where, I mean, not to name drop, but Tim the Tatman spends most of his stream just watching people play because he doesn't want to play it because it's not fun to him anymore. Like, and that says something when like your whole job is to play games and a game is so trash that you would much rather watch people play it and commentate because it's way more fun for you. Like it's about time that Call of Duty step back and like Modern Warfare 2 has been cooking for a while and that's when people wanted, and now we're gonna get this, and now Treyarch's gonna do whatever they're gonna do. I don't care if they decide to go back and take a page out of this book and reboot um Black Ops. I don't think they need to, just because I mean Black Ops 4, I mean that's a while ago already, but um like look what Activision did. They Modern Warfare 3, and then they really took a back seat and they dropped some hot garbage as far as games go, and then turned it around with Modern Warfare. And Warzone's been great. It's been buggy, but it's about time that they step back and go, every other year and give a game an actual life instead of this.
Yeah, to bring
Um,
another point, like for example, Vanguard is already delayed on its own season, so it's already being delayed on its own updates because they literally can't catch up because of all the mistakes they're making. For
exactly.
example, Warzone, they've already like months behind. For example, Modern Warfare, Cold War, they both were supposed to have like I think it was a I don't know the exact number, I don't have it, but there was a couple seasons they were supposed to have, but they had to cut short. Even for example with Cold War Zombies, I believe they had to rush out that last map because I remember that second, or I think it was the map in I think London or whatever. Or
Hmm.
no, Germany. That map was delayed for so long because of all the fixes, all the mistakes. So they can't even keep up with the game they already came out with the content they're coming out with. So it's a great thing to see that like hopefully with this even more time for each of these three um, I can't think of three branches of Activision's Call of Duty thing. It's for them to actually get even more time to work because they definitely need it. With today's day and age, I think games are getting harder to make, and I think they're trying to push out these Call of Duties like they did back in the day when it was a lot easier. Now they just can't do that. I think it's a great thing that they are finally going to take the time. Probably going to hurt a little bit, but that's why they're also coming out with that free to play supposedly game that's going to be coming out next year. So this year we got Modern Warfare, and then at the end of next year, I guess they're coming out with a free to play game, which I'm wondering if it's going to be Call of Duty Mobile. That's good for the people that want to play that. I mean, I'm not excited for it, but hey, if it gets some money on the side to come out with the next Call of Duty, I'm willing to wait for that next Call of Duty to come out, and hopefully it comes out as like as exciting and as bombastic as literally Modern Warfare 2019 was.
Want to interject real quick? Being the guy who doesn't really care all that much about Call of Duty. Enjoyed the campaigns from time to time. Love playing with you guys on Warzone, getting my ass stomped in by every 12-year-old on the planet. I want to play devil's advocate for a second here and point out another very popular franchise that said they were moving to the 2-year model. And the result of that was Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Two out of those three games I do not like and I do not think are great games. So I just want to hope. Sorry, let me start again. I hope that they're not doing this to go bigger because bigger is not always better, especially with certain franchises. I wished, I wish now that Assassin's Creed just would have stayed year over year over year. And if it died out because of that, it died out because of that, and we would have had, 15 great years of Assassin's Creed games. And yes, some were good, some were bad, but at least they had an identity. When I was going to buy an Assassin's Creed game, I knew what I was getting. Now, when I go to buy an Assassin's Creed game, it feels like I'm playing an independent copy of The Witcher.
Yeah,
And that's not
yeah,
what
no,
I
you're
want.
not wrong.
So that's just me playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying that's what they are, but just want to, maybe everyone pulled the brakes a little bit. The last time we had a yearly installment of a franchise take a year off, it did not work out, in my opinion.
I
So
will say though, with this coming out, it is probably still gonna hurt them no matter what. Even release that next game, because I bet you people are going to want it to be double as great as coming out every year. Which I'm hoping. I'm not saying that's every single consumer that buys Call of Duty, but I do think they are going to not only have to come out with the most well optimized Call of Duty after this next year, like when they come out with that 2 year, well, probably 4 years, I guess now cycle for that next Call of Duty, they better not. They I obviously I don't think it's going to be even better, but I think hopefully it's just super well optimized, built from the ground up, perfect. Like it comes out and it hits perfect. Everything runs perfect on every single thing, and they just were focusing on just making the best Call of Duty and not trying to be way like obviously he wants to be the best Call of Duty, but hopefully it doesn't like go. It doesn't like be like, oh, I want to be Cyberpunk 2077. I just hope they keep their ideas straight, know what they can make, but make it even better. So like they like well optimize it, like come out with it, know your idea, make it, but then make sure it is fully, completely optimized and ready for it to be released and comes out perfect, because I think that's what every Call of Duty person wants. They want the most well optimized shooter that they can get. And Call of Duty is usually good at that. But I will say in the past 2 years with their new Call of Duties, it has not been well optimized and has run poorly. Actually, the best optimized Call of Duty that's ever come out as of recently was Modern Warfare 2019. That thing supposedly, I mean, I don't own a PC, but everyone that I knew that played it on PC would literally say that that thing was the most well optimized Call of Duty. It was perfect. So literally, they need to just do that. They need to just focus on that. They don't need to keep making Modern Warfare, but I'm just saying like make the best, most well optimized game. And I'm hoping that's what they're going to do. They don't go over their budget and not focus on making an optimized game. So then they don't have to keep making bug fixes throughout the year instead of making the new season.
let me throw one question at you, both of you guys, being the Call of Duty fanboys that you are. Well, okay, fanboys is a wrong terminology. But being the people who play Call of Duty in this podcast, um, short of the polish and everything that should come with these games that for some reason doesn't, short of getting that right and coming out with a very polished and a very clean game that works right and everything is perfect. Let's just say everything's perfect with the way the game runs and the way the game's optimized and everything like that. What more do you want out of a Call of Duty game? What can it be? Like, are we talking about a more in-depth story, a longer story mode? Are we talking about, more multiplayer options, bigger zombies mode? Like, me thinking, I was like, short of the game just being optimized more, I don't know what more I would want from a Call of Duty game to be, or what more I would want a Call of Duty game to be. So I just want to throw that
Um,
question out to you guys before we move on. So let's
okay, try to cut it as short as possible. Basically, what I want is kind of like what they did with Modern Warfare 20. They literally, so we've all known that classic Call of Duty, everything's been the same ever since like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. It's always been, and then Modern Warfare 2 came out, obviously, and that was the most popular thing. And they just kind of copy and pasted, did the same thing. And then 2019 came out, and yes, it is still Call of Duty, but the feeling of 2019 is like no other Call of Duty out there, in my opinion. That's why Warzone has stayed on that same engine since 2019, because it is different and new. The anime, it's just how clean it is, how well animated everything is. Like for example, when you aim down your sight and you can reload at the same time, that was such a cool, like that's like new. That's new. It's brand new. It's exciting. The leaning mechanic, how people look when they're running and everything. I know that's such a dumb thing to look at, but like that's important. Like that shows that you put a lot of detail and a lot of work into these games, and how all the guns animate, how everything does everything, how just everything looks. It looked like basically how Battlefield 3 did look. Like when Battlefield 3 came out, that game was so crazy compared to all the other Battlefields. Like it was mind-boggling. And then you see Battlefield 4 come out, which didn't come out so well. But that game, if you look at it today, it's still crazy looking. And 2019 still will look good looking a couple years down the line. That's how crazy of it was. What I'm wanting is just for them to keep the formula, but add to it. I don't know how you could add to it. I genius that knows what game modes, what things, but just kind of innovate, try new things. I mean, they tried new things in 2019. Some of them obviously didn't work out, didn't last like 3 months or so. Like they had that night vision mode. That was innovation. That was different. It was cool. It didn't last long because most Call of Duty players don't like that stuff. I personally enjoyed it because I like realistic military stuff and I thought that was cool. Same for the realism mode. I like that because it was like normal Call of Duty, like when you shoot him in the chest, but it's one shot kill to the head. That was enjoyable. That was different. Gunfight wasn't new because Modern Warfare 3 had gunfight in it, but in this game, 2019, on how well optimized it was, gunfight was awesome. I mean, that's what made me get 2019. I played the beta, played gunfight, and I was just so amazed on how just optimized and just well designed the game was. Like it was super well designed 2019. And a lot of people hated on it for some reason. I still don't I don't agree. That's my opinion. But I thought that game was awesome. So and I just want that. Same for like what Cold War did. They changed zombies up. That's innovation. They changed it. It wasn't the same thing over and over again. They changed and they actually made it enjoyable. I mean, a lot these YouTubers that really focus, like that's all they ever do, they even enjoyed it. I mean, they didn't love it compared to Black Ops 3. Black Ops 3 supposedly has the best zombies. I disagree, but that's just my opinion. Um, I just like it when they keep innovating and doing. So that's what I'm hoping for. I just want them to, yes, have the same thing, but add new stuff to it. Add stuff that you think that makes the game feel more optimized and fun to play, especially with how Call of Duty is. It's a very competitive environment. It's all about, FaZe Clan and all that. So make a very well optimized game, but obviously add more polish to it. Add more that makes the game feel different than the last Call of Duty. Don't, I mean, obviously not every 2 is going to completely change. It's not going to be like you play, for example, Halo 1, and you're going to go, and then the next game come out, it's going to be Halo 3. It ain't going to be like that. But I just hope that they keep adding polish and just really making the game feel super good and different. I guess it's more like have an identity for what the next Call of Duty is. It needs to have a better identity.
All right, so going to you, DJ. Short of optimization and short of polish, what do you want Call of Duty
So
to go to next?
I think they need to go back to their old kind of layout. If they're going to bounce back and forth between developers again, what they need to do is what they used to do, where give us especially now with the battle royale that we're in, um, like mode, that's not going away anytime soon. So, yep, optimize that, work on that, do your seasons and what have you for that. But what they could and should do is like kind of he what Logan dipped into, give us a give us an awesome spec ops and build. Keep giving us spec ops to do. Those are so much fun to do and go back and play and master. Give us um give us more gunfight. I maybe a lot of people weren't high on it. It's something to do. It's like, yeah, you're kind of burnt out on getting knocked around on multiplayer, or you finished campaign, you've been knocked around a few times on Warzone. Go do spec ops with your buddies. Like that's something to do. And now while you're preoccupied with that for the entire next year, and then for all of this year, which I mean, it won't come out till the end of this year, so all of 2023, you can master, and you're not going to get bored with that. If they keep it non-buggy from having to throw in the next game and the next game and the next game's weapons into Warzone, and you only have to focus on, adding this new gun or this new gun in 1 and 2 instead of a whole new weapon system, the game won't get buggy. And then people will be happy with that. And then, but when people are burnt out on, spec ops and gunfight and some of those things, then they can move on to um 2024 can have a reimagine and re-envisioned hype version of zombies, and then you'll have a full year or two of zombies. I mean, he's not on with us tonight, but worthy worthy is a zombie aficionado. I mean, it got to the point where we had such a good thing going with the trial mode in Black Ops 4 that we got to the second last round in the trials, which is just, some people will tell you, is like, you guys are sweaty. Like, it's no joke playing through the trial and getting through to that end. It's more intense than any raid mode I've ever done. It's it's something that's incredible in Call of Duty. And like, they need to come up with something like that again. And you're not gonna do that if you're asking them to crap out a game every inside of a year. Like, there's not enough time to develop something new or breaking, or if you do, you're not going to have time to perfect it, master it, and polish it well enough to get everyone hyped for it. And then you're going to have what happened kind of with Gunfight and even with the Spec Ops, where some people loved it, but some people were like, it's not done, it's kind of shitty. And if you give them a full year to do that, then they're gonna be able to be like, this was incredible. I'm so glad we got to do this and play it like this, and have a year to do it. Um, I would love to go back and play some of the older zombie maps because, yeah, Cold War's zombies was something new and something fun, but I mean, it wasn't the best, at least not compared to 2 or 3 for or even Black Ops 4. Well, it was better in Black Ops 4s, but it wasn't better than 2s or 3s in my opinion. Like, it left you wanting something, and we don't need a game that has Spec Ops, zombies, gunfight, Warzone, multiplayer, and campaign. That's way too much. So like, give us a couple of Spec Ops, give us a full campaign, give us 3 or 4 Spec Ops missions based off the campaign, so you really don't have to build a whole new thing. You're just taking that slice out and saying, how good can you do that part? And then give us Warzone and give us a decent, like, the original Blackout map was phenomenal. Alcatraz it's an okay map. Rebirth Island, it's an okay map, but it's it's too much going on to have a fun play. And if you give us like the original Blackout map or the original Verdansk was incredible. And not to take away from where, well, Caldera was hot garbage. I think we can almost all agree on that. But it Call of Duty tried to do what Fortnite did, but they did a shitty job at it. Where Fortnite had its base map, they said, "Here you go," and then people were like, we're getting kind of tired with this. Like, maybe we're gonna go play something else. And Epic went, "Here's new areas of the map," but kept the basic map the same, and then added more, and then added more, then changed it entirely. But they kept that basic shape of the map, and they kind of did that with the first big change and giving you access to stadium and giving you access to other parts of the map, and then they just kind of shied away with it. But then they took you back to the Cold War, but they still kept it Caldera. But then, or they kept it Verdansk, but then they moved to Caldera, and because they were asked to crap it out so fast, it's hot garbage. There's parts of the map that are awesome, but there's a lot of it that's like, makes it kind of a pain in the ass to play. And like, we haven't really played it. I used to do tournaments, and I really haven't done a tournament since Verdansk stopped being the main map. But like I said, they don't need to do everything. Just, give us tidbits, and now you have a full year to give us more and more and more to keep us playing. And then by the time we're bored with it, after, a year and change or almost 2 years, because I'm sure they're going to keep putting these games out at the end of the year. So then we'll have all of 2023 and most of 2024 before we get a new one. So by the time that happens, then we'll be hyped for, hey, we're getting zombies next year. And, there will be people that don't care about zombies, so they'll keep playing Warzone. But by the time they're completely done with that Warzone, now it's been almost 4 years for them, and they're ready for a new updated version of that, and they'll get that. And then we'll have zombies for going on 4 years before we get a new hype version of that. I think overall it's gonna be good for Call of Duty moving forward, and if unless um Battlefield changes, it might be the death of Battlefield. So I guess we'll have to see.
Yep. So I'll be holding on to hope with bated breath that Call of Duty gets me back into it. But really, all I want is just a more expansive campaign. That's all I want. I don't want a campaign that I sit down for 5 hours and I'm done with. I want to actually play something. But that's never gonna happen because no one cares about single player games at Activision anymore. So moving on, if that's all we got to say about Call of Duty, let us know on our Patreon what you guys want to see from the next Call of Duty, and I'll be interested to hear what you guys want to see. Our next story, our second to the last story. Sony finally unveils the PSVR 2. They revealed the specs for it a couple months back. Now we finally get our actual look at the headset and our final look at the controllers. Me being the VR guy, well, that's not fair. Logan has VR too, but me being the PSVR guy, super excited about this. Cannot wait. I think the console or the headset looks good. I think it looks very similar to the first one, which is good. They've added a couple new design functionalities. Like I'm sitting here reading, and they actually inside the lenses they designed some vents, very similar to the vents that are on the PS5 console, to further with airflow and help with keeping yourself cool during it. I don't have too much to say about this except I cannot wait for this thing to come out. I'm hoping to get it day one. We'll see we'll see financially where I'm at when it comes out. I can't wait. All the technology, it seems like it's going to be a major step. It seems like we're getting a step that was very similar to like PS2 to PS3, PS1 to PS2. It seems like we're getting a huge step forward in technology with what these VR consoles are starting to bring to us. So I'm excited. I can't wait. Logan, I know you have a VR set. What is your excitement level? Are you excited? Are you going to get this? Let's talk.
I'm pretty damn excited for it. I don't know if I will get it or not for sure because I love my Oculus Quest 2. I think that's amazing. And if anything, I'm going to get another VR headset. It would probably be the next generation of the Oculus Quest line. The only reason for that is I really am excited for this new PS4 headset. I think it's awesome. I'm happy they're doing some of the innovations that the Quest 2 did. For example, the less cords and more of the technology built into the headset. I love that they're going with the one cord thing, and I love that they are using the virtual environment instead of just having cameras and stuff like that. That is the old ways of VR. So I'm happy that they're moving on to the new ways because I love my Oculus Quest 2 so much. It is so awesome. I mean, you do not understand how VR truly feels until you have no cords. And I think it's great still that they're doing just one cord because it is going to run better. And that's the only issue with the Quest 2 is that it doesn't have the same amount of power as one of the more higher end VR headsets. But a lot of people that do use VR headsets now actually use the Quest 2 and still can plug it into their computer with one cord too. But still, resolution is down, which does excite me because the resolution is going to be insanely better with the PSVR 2, and it's going to be OLED. It's going to have a higher field of view. It's obviously going to run games a lot better because it's plugged into the PS5, and it's not. It's just going to be a lot better. I don't know if I'm going to get it. I probably would just wait for the new Quest coming out because I love the technology of being able to have no cords, and I love just having my own environment and not having to worry about it. I do think it's very exciting because again, building your own virtual environment means you have more room to do things and less of a struggle. I don't know how the wind cord situation is going to work. I don't know how large the cable is going to be. I don't know how the cable is going to do things. It's probably just going to be a USB-C that's sideways that you're going to probably put it to the side of your headset, and then the other side is going to be plugged into the PS5. Is probably what I'm going to guess is what
Well,
they're doing.
it's not a removable cable. It's just in there, and yeah, it's just one cable that runs from the headset to the PS5 to transfer all the data into the headset. That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm curious what the cord situation is going to be. I wonder if they're going to innovate on that as well. Because if they can innovate with the cord situations, I think that's the one thing that makes me never want to play with a corded VR headset. If they can innovate to make it to where it works and it doesn't feel like that cord's noticeable, or as if you guys ever heard of Digital Foundry, they call it cord draping. Uh, I would much rather if they could find a way to fix that solution. That's the reason why I like my Quest 2 so much. Other than that, I still think it's a pretty 8 or 9 hype level. I think it's going to be super awesome. I'm happy PlayStation is going down this route. I'm sad that Xbox doesn't think it's important. I think VR is a next, not the step for gaming, but I think it is a next step for new experiences in gaming. And I want VR to keep expanding because there are some crazy games out there that really truly show how VR is a super awesome experience, even for single player games. For example, with Half Life Alex and what's the other game? I feel bad that I don't know this game name. Well, there's another game, but as of right now, I can't think of it. But Half Life Alex for sure is a AAA VR game that came out, and you could see and you could tell how amazing that game is.
Oh, it. I
So
mean,
I
it is the Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. What that was in Mario to 3D games, Half Life Alex is to VR games, in my opinion.
Yes, and that's what I can't wait to see. I hope PlayStation keeps doing it. I'm happy PlayStation is investing in that, and I hope they keep expanding and adding their own. Like they have, I think they have a couple of their own. I haven't kept up with PlayStation VR, but I hope they start coming out with exclusive VR games that are like
Well, they do.
triple A quality.
Blood and Truth was made by the studio. Oh wow, it's I think Cambridge. No, it's not Cambridge. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna look that up.
But yeah, I mean, I hope they can make like a God of War, not a God of War, but like one of those like their mainline AAA games. I want to see like that, or just a Half Life Alex in Death kind of VR game
By the way, it's
because VR
London
gaming,
Studios,
London series, okay.
and that is a Sony owned studio.
But yeah, I would like to see that. I really want them to come
Well,
out with like a so in depth VR game like Half Alex because that will be a VR seller.
well,
Because that's the only thing that sucks is Half Life Alex is stuck on just Steam,
yeah.
and you can't play it anywhere else but Steam. I I think what PSVR needs is a VR selling game, a game that is so amazing. And I know PlayStation can do it because they clearly make really good AAA
Well,
games.
they
Wow,
they
you
have
heard
it.
that from an Xbox person. Um,
They have it. Let me interject real quick. When about a month ago, when they revealed all the details and all that, they also came with a trailer for Horizon Call of the Mountain, exclusive for PSVR 2, developed
well,
by
we
Guerrilla Games. So,
we won't. Well, that's fair, but let's see how if
well,
if
yeah,
it's
well, yeah.
not just an experience
I don't know
or
what
if it's an
that's
actual
going to
game.
be, but I don't think it's going to be like you're playing Horizon in VR because I would just throw up every 5 minutes. So I couldn't do that, but
Yeah, I don't know if they're. I mean, yeah, I that's the only issue with VR nowadays. That's a quick subject. Is basically there's either the experience games or there's the actual story games, and there is a very small amount of actual story based games on VR that are directly aimed for that and not small experiences. So I'm
well,
hoping
they're good. I'm
they are
telling you.
definitely starting to step up. They are definitely starting to step up. A lot more VR games are starting to come out that are single player things. Even one game I want to try that's Resident Evil 4 that Mike isn't happy that I want to try it on VR
Okay, no,
before.
no, 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 no. I am happy that you want to try Resident Evil 4 on VR. I am upset that you're going to play that first instead of the original experience because I think that's going to not sour or change your opinion on what is one of the greatest games ever made in Resident Evil 4. And
Yeah,
I just want you to experience the original and then experience it in a whole new way with VR. I'm not mad that you're playing it. I'm just a little disappointed because I think it's going to change your opinion on the original game, not the VR game first and foremost. Real quick, let me throw in you were talking about some of the technical specs and with the motion sickness and all that. Again, confirm PSVR 2, it will have almost 4K resolution per eye, 3D tracking, cameras around the headset so you can see everything there is. An outside look a camera that you can hit the button and see things around you, very similar to what Valve had with their, I can't remember the name of
Yeah,
it.
it's the virtual reality area.
Yeah.
It's like it's in the Quest 2 as well. You
Okay.
can literally you have a border built around you, and when you get to that border, it will turn into real vision mode where you can see everything around you, so you know that you're
Okay.
stepping out of
Cool.
that
Yeah.
boundary.
And also on the topic of single player narrative games, like I was saying, Blood and Truth. I know it's only exclusive to PSVR, so you can't play it right now. Well, you can if you come down to my place, but I don't feel like hooking up PSVR. That's way too many cables.
Well, that's why we have the new one,
That's
which is going
true.
to be
But it is a first person narrative driven game. It's like 10 hours long. You know? It's actually pretty
and
good.
by the way, Saints and Sinners too. If you ever get a chance to try
Yes.
that game is a great single player driven full on game, and it is awesome.
So to end up, my hype level, 9 out of 10, just like Logan's through the roof. DJ, don't think you've had any experience with the PSVR. When you get a PS5 slash if you get a PS5, will you be getting this and will you be checking it out, or is this just one of the things that you haven't been sold yet on?
Nope, I will be definitely looking into it. I've played a bunch of Oculus. uh, Um, Not a whole lot of games on there that I've done, but that is like, um, me and my wife have loved it. We haven't, you know, thrown the extra cash at that yet, just because there's higher priorities. But um, I mean, VR is only going to get better and better to the point where we are living a Ready Player One world. It's inevitable at this point with metaverse and all that happening, and I I'm excited to see where PlayStation's goes. Um, the headset and the controls look much better.
Did I
Um,
hear PlayStation Home 2?
Oh my god, don't fucking tease me, bro. Don't fucking tease me. I will die. I would literally buy this. I'll spend $400 or $500 how much just for PlayStation Home 2. They're not going to
Yes,
do it,
that'd be sick.
but oh my god, that would be incredible. Sorry, DJ.
yeah, I definitely will look into this. My hype factor is way up. I'm also at about a 9 for it, so I'm excited for it.
All right, cool. And now let's go to our last story. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in because there's going to be a lot of yelling and a lot of screaming here, I predict. We are going to talk about the Elden Ring scores and reactions. Real quick before I get into it, let me read you a couple of the excerpts from some of the reviews that it's gotten. IGN's Mitchell Saltzman gave it a 10 out of 10 and says Elden Ring is a massive iteration on what From Software began with the Soul series, bringing its relentlessly challenging combat to an incredible open world that gives us the freedom to choose our own path. Daniel Chack from Game Informer said 10 out of 10 as well. Elden Ring represents a truly amazing combination of various game elements that all come together to create something fascinating, special, and unforgettable. Elden Ring isn't just the best game this year, it's one of the best games ever made. And actually, the lowest score is a 4 out of 5. Elden Ring feels like the culmination of everything From Software has been building upon with each of their games. Unfortunately, some severe performance issues hamper what's easily one of the best games they've ever made. That is from Diego. I am going to butcher that last name, but here we go. Escalala from Monster Vine. Now, before we start yelling at each other, let me tell our audience that all three of us love each other. We are some of the best friends that I've ever had. Logan, you are fucking wrong.
Well, okay, let's get to my opinion here. Now, so when I was talking to them before this podcast started, um, my opinion and trying to best explain it without saying Elden Ring is a bad game. It is an amazing game. Don't get me wrong. It looks amazing. It is definitely a huge innovation to what Dark Souls and what From Software has been trying to build throughout these years. And it is probably the best From Software game to ever come out. I'm not saying it's not. My issue is that everyone, and by the way, I have done some research now. Tech Radar, if you look up their article about it, they actually talk about that there were actually stuttering issues pre-patch, pre-day one patch. Now, was it as bad as what the day one patch is? No, the day one patch added a lot more stuttering. I also did even more research into why the stuttering is happening. It's because Elden Ring is the first time that From Software has moved to DX12, which in past games has been known to add stuttering issues like it is in this game. So they're kind of like they're in unknown territory with this game, and it's kind of making their game not really work as good as it is. The issue that I'm coming at is the fact that all of these people are protecting the game and saying it's a 10 out of 10 best game ever when it is having all of these issues. And furthermore, they have From Software has made how many games? Let's see. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, what, six, 7 games? And yet they still have not made that you can't play over a frame rate of 60 frames per second on PC. You can only play at 60 frames per second. You cannot go above it. There's no way to take it off. I watched a video the other day about Digital Foundry. By the way, fully recommend them if you want to get really technical about games. They talk about how also they couldn't raise up any of the frame rates above 60 frames per second. Basically, there's nothing you can really do to really make the game run well. Every single computer, no matter how old to how new it is, even with a 3090 built in, has issues running this game. It has stuttering issues like no tomorrow. And not just PC is having issues, consoles are also having bad frame rate issues on everything. I mean, I don't know how it's still running on an Xbox One. I don't understand how it does that. They even got the game to run, but that game has literally enemies running at like half the frame rate. So their animations are like half the frame rate, and the frame rate of the game can't even hit a lock 30. And on these next gen consoles, on their performance mode, they can't even run a solid 60 frames per second. And they also have been introduced some, not all, but some people are running into also stuttering issues in that. And the stuttering issue is actually coming from enemy pop-ins, items, uh, just loading in general, and it's really bad stutter to the point where it drops it down to 40 something frames per second, and it literally happens on PC on the most highest of end. And this is why I don't believe that it deserves to be a 10 out of 10. All these people did play the game and they did notice that these stuttering issues is. And they have made 6 to 7 games before this and they still are having these issues. And instead of just sticking to their guns, they decide to upgrade to DX12, which is making the game run poor again. Now, supposedly, I also read up on this. Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro were actually probably the most well optimized Dark Souls from software games to ever come out. After that, like, I guess Dark Souls 3 didn't come out so well for PC. So again, how does Elden Ring deserve to be a 10 out of 10 when it has all of these issues? And yet, if any other game came out with this, you would lose points. Reviewers would not give it a 10 out of 10. So that's why, in my opinion, I don't believe that Elden Ring deserves to be a 10 out of 10 game. I think, if anything, it should lose some points, be an 8, 8.5 to 9. Should not be a 10 out of 10. It is not a perfect game.
So you're
And I
telling
don't care
me
what.
that a small
Not
little
small. Every PC person is having this issue. Every.
You didn't even let me finish my statement.
Yeah.
A small technical issue should derail an entire review of a masterfully made video game outside of some hiccuping.
It's not some.
It
It
is
happens
some.
every fight because the game is literally built
It
off
doesn't
of
happen
literally
every
having.
fight. It
It
happens.
does. You want me to show
No, it
you a video?
doesn't. I have watched videos as well. It happens
It
sometimes.
literally happens every time.
But you're
I've watched
saying
3
that.
people's streams and they've all had stuttering issues while in combat.
But does it
It's
take
happened every
away?
time.
Does it take away from the game?
Yes, because then it doesn't feel like. So the point of the game is like any other Dark Souls game. It's about the combat. When you're fighting a monster, it's unfair that your game starts to stutter mid combat and you get killed because of those stutters. That's frustrating. That's annoying. The game's already frustrating enough. It's a Dark Souls game, which I'm not hating on the game for that reason. It is a challenging game for a reason. But stuttering is not a part of the design challenge. That is a challenge that is not supposed to be in there. They designed that, and that means the game isn't perfect. That's why I don't get why it deserves to be a 10 out of 10 perfect game, because everyone is having these issues, and it happens in combat, out of combat, everywhere you go. And that's not right. And the fact that it's a 60 frames per second game strictly on PC, they literally just blatantly just took a console port and just shoved it on PC. And yet this game deserves 10 out of 10. Best game ever. Remember Batman Arkham Knight when that game came out with all that crap? I mean, that had way more issues, but still.
Yeah,
And it's not just frame rates.
but
It's
that doesn't
popping.
that
It's
doesn't
it's
take away from
literally
the quality of
flickering
the
and
game.
textures not coming in. This game is literally a brand new game, and it's probably been worked on for years, and yet it has all these issues.
Yeah,
That's why I don't believe it's a 10 out of 10.
a lot of people had issues with Batman Arkham Knight. I didn't, and I think it's incredible. Does that take
Yeah,
away
but on
the
PC it
quality of
was
the game?
garbage.
Yes, I understand that,
Audio.
and for PC that sucks. But the overall majority of the game is phenomenal. Same way, I experience amazing times with Arkham Knight. I think it's fantastic. Should
Yeah,
I
console it
should
came
I
out perfect.
should I lower my score because people on PC don't get the same experience? If I was to put a score on the game myself, should I lower that by a point because a review is first and foremost a subjective opinion about the person who reviewed the game, what they thought about it. Any review that I do is subjective. My review of Avengers, if I was to review it, would be higher than probably you.
And
That's
that's
just
why my subjective view, without even playing the game, from noticing all these issues, I would know that it wouldn't be a 10 out of 10 best game.
But you told me the other night that you're like,
And I
why?
don't know how every single reviewer has thought the exact same thing, and they all played it on PC. Most of them played it on PC from what I've seen on the reviews.
Red Dead Redemption 2 was 30 frames a second, and you would give that game a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, because guess what? It didn't come out with frame rate issues and stuttering.
Oh,
That game actually
it
came out
had all
insanely well
kinds of
polished.
problems. Are you
Do you
kidding
want me
me?
to look it up?
It
I'm
had,
telling you right now, it actually came out well polished. It was perfectly polished. It ran even on Xbox One, the lowest of the low.
so does
Perfectly
Elden Ring. You just
30.
mentioned that.
No, it did not, because actually Elden Ring is all over the place. They unlock the frame rates for every single console, so it's all over the place. So that is not perfect. That is not coming out perfect. That is not an optimized game. Get it when they started, when From Software started, games weren't optimized. That makes sense. But they have made 7 games. 2 of them supposedly were very well optimized, Sekiro and Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 3, I guess something happened in between there. I don't know what happened. But yet, they had that knowledge. They had what they had to build. I mean, they built Sekiro. And maybe, again, it's probably not their fault because they went to upgrade to DX12. And that kind of hurt them a lot because that is actually, from what I'm hearing, DX12 is the biggest reason right now it is having so many issues, is because that's what it moved to. But again, that was their design choice. They tested the game. They knew what they were releasing. And yet it came out and you got 10 out of 10s. And again, how did everyone give it a 10 out of 10? Like, not even one person thought there was an issue with the fact that, and yet, if any other game came out, they would all lose points. They would never get a 10 out of 10.
I just read a review of a game that talked about it. So how can you say that reviewers aren't saying like that? There are reviewers that have given the game 4s and 9s and all that.
4 out of 5.
A 4 out of 5 is an 8.
1.
No, there's been more than one. I just read one. I just read the lowest reviewed score, but there are 8.5s, there are 9s. But you're saying that other reviewers should lower the score because of this little glitch that came out with the day 1 patch.
But it's been even before patch.
No, it wasn't. If you look,
it literally is. You want me to read it for you? Because I literally just read an article from Tech Radar. They literally even said it themselves. They said, okay, here it is. The day 1 patch solved a good deal of stuttering that our sister site encountered pre-release. So definitely improved matters, but there is still jerky frame rates and evidence at times. This was even pre-release. There was stuttering. Also, another YouTuber I watched named ACG, he also talked about it in his change of review. He changed it to wait. He also talked about that there were stuttering in the game. Now, it got worse with the day 1 patch, but it still was there before that. And the 60 frame per second cap thing, which is weird on a PC in the first place, also was in there pre-patch. I'm just saying, and then consoles are all having these issues too, and I know you're just gonna be like, well, it's Xbox, but PS5 and Xbox Series X can't even hold 60 frames per second in the performance mode.
To be fair,
like 45 to 60.
The game runs way better on PS5.
it runs like 10 frames better, and
Way
that's also
better.
because of the
10 frames
optimization.
better is like at 60
Yeah, well,
frames
that's
a
also
second. That's
called
like
not optimizing the
25%.
game. That's what I'm saying. It's not optimized.
Called
Then.
having a shit console is what it's called.
Oh, okay, all right.
I will just, we're just gonna agree to disagree on this one. I don't think a small issue. You say it's huge. I've read quite a few articles too that state that it's in there, but it did not take away from the overall experience of the game and the overall quality that From Software put out, which I can accept as someone who will probably never play this game. I can accept that. I'm just not going to sit here and get mad at review scores and all that because, oh, it shouldn't be that high because there are these problems. I'm not going to sit here and say that because reviewers do mention that. I'm looking at the screen right now. Out of the 5 reviews that I see, sorry, I counted wrong because I'm dumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of the 7 reviews that I see, 4 of them are 10s, 2 of them are 9s, and 1 of them is a 9.5. So it's like people aren't giving this game 10 out of 10s everywhere. It hasn't gotten 10 out of 10s across the board. It's gotten the majority of 9s and 10s and anywhere in between those. That's why the review score is so high. But one of the things that you said earlier is why haven't they come out and lowered the review scores? Well, what happens when the next patch comes out and they fix all the frame rates? Are they going to go back in and boost up the review scores again? Like, what do you want them to do here?
I was just saying, basically, they just need to. I mean, obviously, they still had these issues pre-patch. I'm just saying, if a game's gonna be perfect, it's gotta be perfect, and if it's not
A
perfect,
10
then
out of
it's not a
10.
perfect game.
A 10 out of 10 does not mean perfect. It means a
It
masterpiece of
does,
what it
though.
is. No, it doesn't. No game is ever perfect. God of War is a 10 out of 10 in my book. That game's not perfect. There are problems with it that I have. The menu system is awful. The inventory system is impossible. The HUD is okay, I guess. No game ever made is a perfect video game. A 10 out of 10 means a masterpiece of game design in what it is. It does not mean the game is perfect in all aspects. No one ever thinks that. There is nothing that's perfect. There's never been a
No one.
movie that is
Not any person
perfect.
has ever thought 10 out of 10 is perfect.
I don't think so.
Well, that's you though. But I'm saying other people.
Okay, do you honestly think every single 10 out of 10 game that's ever been reviewed is a perfect... Do you think any video game that's ever come out is a perfect video game? There's not one
Perfect for
thing
the
wrong
time,
with it.
yes. That's where I'm thinking. Again, we have different point of views on this.
That's fine. I've never ever played a perfect video game. And there's plenty of games that I would rate at 10 out of 10 as a masterpiece of what it is. So what you're saying is you're never going to give a 10 out of 10 because no game ever comes out as perfect. That's a fact. No game is without any flaw at all. So you're never going to give a 10 out of 10.
Probably not. No.
So Red Dead Redemption 2 is not a 10 out of 10.
No.
Oh, horse shit. You have
No,
said Red
it's
Dead
not.
Redemption 2 is one of your
Yeah,
favorite
it's one
games
of my
ever
favorite
made.
games of all time. Do I think it's the most perfect game of all time? No. I think it's like a 9, 9.5.
Okay, at that point, just give it a 10. You love it. It's a masterpiece for you. Just give the game a 10. Like, why are you cutting razors or whatever the saying is? Like, just give it a 10. It deserves to be a 10. I would give it a 10. It's a masterpiece of a video game. Is there something wrong with it? Yes, here and there's some things wrong with it. Does that take anything away from my overall enjoyment and experience of the game? No. As I said, God of War, 10 out of 10. Hard 10 out of 10. If you ask me are there things wrong with it, I'll tell you, yes, there's this wrong with it, this wrong with it, and this wrong with it. Does any of that change my opinion of what that game is? No, that game is a masterpiece. Very few games can even touch the quality of that game. Is it perfect? No. Does that change anything? No. And I think that's where a lot of these reviewers settle in. It's like, yes, there are some hiccups here and there. There are some visual problems. Those will probably get worked out. Now, I'm not excusing developers that come out and have broken games. This game is not broken. This game is not Anthem. This game is not Avengers at launch.
It's Cyberpunk.
Yeah, this game is not Cyberpunk. This game is not broken. But even Cyberpunk, it came out with all those problems, and at the core, you've even said it's greater than its flaws for you. So that's where I think a lot
Yeah.
of these reviewers are coming from. It's at its core, it is one of the best games ever made. It's the best From Software game. Again, this is not me speaking from my own personal opinion because I've never played the game. Probably never will because I suck. But at the
You want to
core
hear
of the
something funny
game,
though?
at the core of its game, it revolutionizes what the open world genre can do and what it is. Just like Breath of the Wild. And Breath of the Wild ran like garbage on the Switch. That's mostly the Switch's fault.
Especially at launch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I put 60 plus hours in the Breath of the Wild, and again, never finished it because I got tired of it. But that game is very highly rated on my mind too. And am I gonna talk shit about it or derail it because it got a 96 on OpenCritic, the same as Elden Ring? No. That's all I got to say. I don't know. DJD got anything, man?
Not really. That type of game really isn't my realm or like in my comfort zone. Some of those get too grindy or too, I don't know what the words are. It's not my cup of tea, so I really don't play them ever. But like I'm not one that faults a game for if it's buggy day one. But like if this was because they gave an update and that's what made it buggy, then what was the point of the update? But it's something that's most likely going to be fixed. But I mean, I like the initial review is for the overall of the game. It's not like you're saying where do you lessen the review and then go back in and fix it because that you'll just be back to square one where they give it a 96, 97, but does this drop it to like a 90? But then when they fix these couple bugs, that puts it back up at 96. What was the point of knocking it down to a 90? You know? But that's just like that's more. This is more your two guys' area. I don't really play these type of games, so I'll defer to you two on this debate,
Well,
which was
I
enjoyable to hear.
I'm just saying the overall interpretations of the video game industry and review scores. And that's all I'm going to say. Logan, do you have anything else before we move on? I don't want to say too much.
No, I think that's it.
All right, good discussion.
Again,
I want to remind people
before
we
we
love
move
each
on,
other.
I don't hate Mike, so everyone
No,
doesn't think I
no,
hate Mike.
no, we love
But
each other.
yeah.
This is
But
what
I
this.
also want to say I still want to play the game after all this.
Well,
But
hey,
that
you're better than
is
me at that
yeah.
one. Yeah, no, I want to make very clear we love each other. This is what we do every single time that we talk to each other. We argue about differences of opinions because Logan's wrong at all times.
Oh, okay.
All right, so that's the news. Finally, we are done with the news. We're gonna move in to our points of the shows. We'll try to make this quick for you guys, but we still got a little bit to talk about. We still want to talk about some things. Let's start off. DJ, you are. Oh my God, I can't talk. It's been a long episode. You are our lead reviewer on Pokemon Legends Arceus. So
Yes, sir.
go ahead. I know you got a spiel. I know you got plans. Talk about what you want to do. Actually, real quick, before he talks about that, those of you listening, I'm going to go in a little bit to how we review games here at the Experience Point. We have 5 different categories and we have individual review scores for each of those categories. So our categories are visuals, sound and score, gameplay, story and narrative if applicable, and then individual opinions on the game. We take the scores from each of those categories, rope them in to a final score, and that gives us a range of what the game can be, and then whoever the lead reviewer is then decides within that range what they're going to give the game. So, for example, if after tallying all the numbers, a game ends up at 6.8, it is the reviewer's job to either give that game a 7 or give it a 6.5 if that's what they feel like, if they don't feel like it deserves to get a 7. So that's a little bit of a review score. If you are interested, you can find the entire draft of how we review games here at the Experience Point on our Patreon. With all that being said, DJ, my dude, take it away.
Alrighty. Do you want me to start with my overall, or you want to go through my bit by bit, and then I'll give you what the overall is because I added all that up already, and then we'll go from there.
This is your review. It says, you
Okay.
know, you can do it however you want.
Um.
After this, we do have a award scale based off certain points. It says you can find all that in a on our Patreon page underneath topics. So you can do it however you want.
Alrighty.
You can start off with your overall review score, then go individually into the categories and what you think, or you can go individually in the categories and then save the overall review score and award for the end. I don't care.
I'll save the overall because this might change on the fly yet because there's a part of it I still battle with over. So visuals, I give it a 6.5 out of 10. Um, this has definitely been one of the better day or night cycles in a Pokemon game. Like I said, I've played every single game at least once except for Black and White, and I think maybe X or Y, but I have played literally every other game. Um, weather cycle was much more random and just it wasn't like next you know it's raining. It would start as a light drizzle, go into a hardcore rain, go into like ridiculous rain, and then slowly let off. It wasn't just it's raining, it's not raining, it's snowing, it's not snowing, it's super sunny and hot, it's not. Like it was cool that it escalated and de-escalated. Um, character design overall, basically, they moved up from their little chibi that they used to do throughout, Gen 1 till, well, I mean, they use it again in these last remakes. But this current 3D model has, that's what they're probably going to roll with for the next, 2 to 3 generations. So that stayed the same. Um, visually, overall, I mean, yeah, there needed to be, considering you needed to like hide from specific Pokemon. Um, there was cover, but there wasn't a lot. Like they give you tall grass to crouch in and trees to hide behind and rocks to hide behind, but it's not like you were legit hiding behind these trees or rocks. You were just kind of standing behind them, hoping the Pokemon's AI wasn't gonna like, oh, I see you and come after you. Like, so that part of it was kind of meh. Um, the buildings were pretty basic, but considering how buildings in Pokemon have always been rather basic, there still was a lot of detail, especially when you get into like some of the unknown that you have to catch to complete the Pokédex are hidden within buildings and on buildings in certain ways that it's like if you're not up and looking at them, you're missing them, and that was kind of cool. Um, the biggest ding on the visuals was you could see Pokemon off in the distance, but because they had several that were flying or swimming, um, or even just walking around or hovering, because that's the style of Pokemon it would get very blocky and robotic as it moved away from you, and then it would hit a point where it was within the frame range of you that it would go back to moving smoothly, and sometimes that would kind of mess with your perception of can I throw a Pokeball up at that or not, or do I have to like trying to figure out where in its little path it was going. So that was kind of an annoyance. Other than that, you're not playing Pokemon for the you're not playing Pokemon because it's got a world like Horizon or Elden
Yeah,
Ring or
it's
Red
not the
Dead. You're not.
most. It's not
Yeah,
the most
you're
visually
not.
impressive slash diverse.
Yeah, it's not like Breath of the Wild. You're not playing for those visuals per se. And if you are, I hey, it started at what 8-bit, so I mean it's come a long way since then, and who knows? And I don't expect them to ever get crazy with the visuals. This is a Nintendo game. Like when you're talking Nintendo, you have all the Mario games, including Super Smash, Racing, Golf, all those. Um, Link, Kirby, Pokemon. Well, and now like Pikmin, maybe a couple others, but like this is a pillar of Nintendo, and it's been working for now we're past 25, we're coming up on 26, looking forward to 30. Um, it's not going to make leaps and bounds from generation to generation. Never has. Well, I shouldn't say that, but like these incredible, mind blowing leaps. We've got new Pokemon, new styles, new this, new that, but we're not like a lot has happened in 25 plus years now, but it's not like where Call of Duty Big Red 1 to Modern Warfare 2019, that is galaxies apart. Whereas here, we're like we're just the next solar system over. We're not, leaps and bounds apart on these. So I'm never the visuals are they're Pokemon visuals. Not a huge complaint. It just some of the frame rate now that you're getting into this more open world and the lack of cover and when that's a mechanic that you can hide from these Pokemon to catch them. I hope if they continue that into either another Legends game or even with Scarlet and Violet, if they're gonna make that more of a thing again, that be afraid of the Pokemon because they will try to hurt you, then we need more cover because patches of tall grass here and there, like the OG games have, isn't enough. Um, Sound and score, I gave an 8.5. Um, the scores have always gotten better from that digital 8-bit sound and just chimes to this actually had different tracks and like an actual score for you're out at sea and the weather's calm. You've got this. It starts storming while you're out on the sea. It changes to like what you would normally get in a movie where it's like a little bit of heightened sound behind it. You're up in the mountain, you are where the volcano is, you've got another score there. When you're out in the mainland, you've got a decent score there that, just a light breezy, you know, decent background music going for a Pokemon game that changes with the weather or changes when you get near an alpha Pokemon or a shiny Pokemon. So overall, I thought that was just great, especially being that it's a Pokemon game and it's literally always basically been different chimes and 8-bit style music that's been, you're not working out to Pokemon music. So um I thought it was great for Pokemon music. Gameplay I gave 8. Um I thought these were some of the best mechanics as far as the way you're not just standing there across from the other trainer and the Pokemon are just out in like the stadium setting. Like you're moving around. I think you can actually get hit by some of the moves depending on what the move is. And it can do damage to you, which inevitably can lose you items, which can suck. It just happened to me 2 or 3 times while trying to catch Heatran, so that was fun. I just lost a bunch of stuff that I paid thousands of dollars for. Um, the crafting is new, where you're building your own Pokeballs. You're collecting the ingredients to build your Pokeballs. You're collecting the ingredients to build your potions, revives. There's areas to earn and buy new crafting items. Um, some stuff just to sell so that you can get, I mean, anyone who's ever played a Pokemon game, the money system is very confusing, but that's just because the money system in Japan and Korea and most Asian countries compared to America or Europe is very, very confusing. Where like a dollar here is like 5,000 yen. So like that and it's like, hey, here, like we talked about when we did our draft thing, I was actually playing to keep myself preoccupied so I could hyper focus more on our draft while also still doing that. And I caught like 140 Pokemon. I made like $80,000 that night. Like, how does that work? But besides that, it was nice to hunting for alpha Pokemon. Um, the shiny hunting system, it's a little better where you don't have to fight 10,000 of them. You can actually trigger and they have outbreaks where you'll go there and you have, I think it's 15-20 minutes or 25 Pokemon, I think, or something like that. Whatever happens first, you beat like 5 to 6 will spawn at a time depending on the area, and you get better chance for alphas and shinies to pop up during then. That's cool. Just to like, you can open your map, see your world map. They'll give you a little bubble that Pokemon's about to or is having an outbreak. You can leave quick, fly over there, and go hunt that specific Pokemon, or not care that that Pokemon has an outbreak. Depends on where you're at in the Pokédex, where you're at for that specific Pokemon, or if it's one you want or one you need. Um, Also the alphas, like they kind of took they took IVs away from the game, which has always been people worried so much about having the perfect IV, the perfect nature, the perfect this per. Now it's a lot of somewhat size equals strength, where I mean, I ran with my Typhlosion, like it's in my party. I don't think I've taken it out yet. It's it's good. But it's like an average size, if that. And that's not really. I don't have an alpha for that to throw next to it. But I had Shinx was the first Pokemon I caught. I got that all the way evolved, and then I caught an Alpha Shinx. The Alpha Shinx was bigger than my Luxray. So then I moved on to, all right, we're gonna get him up to a Luxray, and that thing is ginormous. It's almost as big. Um, Better would be the I got Alpha Garchomp going into the Palkia fight towards the end of the game. Um, and my Alpha Garchomp made Palkia look like a bitch, like size wise, and that was just cool to see. Like, I mean, there's different size animals in every type of animal, so it's just cool to see, like, and give the motivation to, like, all right, this is my favorite. I'm gonna get the alpha of him because he'll be even better than this normal one I have maxed out. His alpha at its most basic levels might be insane. So that was cool to go through and look for that. Story and narrative. This is where I keep bouncing around. The story is kind of shit. I gave it a 5.5. I'm gonna stick with that. That's my final answer on that. Like, you get pulled into some time vortex from the future, which I guess somebody figured out just based on the clothing you wear, whether you choose male or female. Either you're pulled from the XY universe, um, from like when the games came out, if you're male, or if you're female, you're pulled from the Sun and Moon universe from the time of those games, and then you're thrown, I think it's at least 100 years into the past, into the Hisui, which is actually the Sinnoh region, 100 years ago, before all the big cities and settlements take place, which that was cool. Um, the professor is very like, oh my god, like you just fell out of the sky. How would you help me catch these 3 Pokemon? I'm frightened of them terribly, to kind of set that tone of Pokemon are frightening, even though it's a Rowlet and an Oshawott and a Cyndaquil. Um, you catch all 3 of them. He's, thank you. I at least owe you a warm meal and a place to stay tonight till we can figure out what to do with you. You get back to town, and immediately it's, who the hell is this guy? Well, he just caught 3 Pokemon in less than 10 minutes, and that's like unheard of. And you're like, well, at least from my standpoint, like I've been catching Pokemon for 20 plus years. Like, this is nothing. Like, I've caught every legendary ever, like outside of the game, obviously, but it's just like, does nobody catch Pokemon? Like you said, you have a group of people that's their job, is to go out and catch and observe Pokemon, and nobody's ever caught more than 3 in one day. That was a little like, what are you talking about? You get to help build the first Pokédex, like not a physical little machine handheld, because obviously that was Professor Oak, but to like make an index for Pokemon that's a little book. That was kind of cool. And instead of just you catch this, or even give it as far as you catch a male, you catch a female, Pokédex is done. No, you have to observe, like catch them without them seeing you to see, how they respond to stealthiness of people, or did you catch them without you seeing you? Are they good at spotting you? Do they flee quick? Do they turn to fight? You have to you have to witness them use certain moves, defeat Pokemon with certain moves, get defeated with certain moves. How many have you beat? Like kind of like a gauge on the population of the Pokemon. How many have you gotten to evolve? Stuff like that. That was kind of cool. Um, then the story gets real convoluted for some reason. You get asked to go help settle down all these different warden Pokemon because the rift in time space above you the whole game goes berserk and zaps them with some sort of cosmic energy and makes them go berserk. You get tasked then because you fell from the sky rift to go figure out how to calm them all down. You do all that, and upon doing it for the last time, um, the rift, freaks out because now what they call the great powerful Sinnoh, which is actually Dialga and Palkia, um, come down from the rift, and you're blamed for that automatically. You came from the rift. The the wardens got zapped. You quelled all the you calmed them all down. Now the sky is going crazy. Stuff is happening at our temple. This was your plan from the beginning. What did you do? Get the hell out of our settlement. So then you can either go and roam all the different camps you've made, and still have access to your Pokemon that you've caught, which because there's no PC system, because that obviously doesn't get invented till Bill. You have in pastures, you still technically have access to all them, but you're supposed to just, go live out in the wild and suffer until you go up to the temple and solve the problem. And then as soon as you catch this lady that you've never talked to this whole game or even known of pops up and says, well, if you go meet these 2 3 legendary Pokemon and take pass their trial, they'll give you the stuff to go calm down what's happening up at the temple. So you do that for one, you get up there and the people are, what are you doing? Get out of here. Like this is your problem, you're just gonna make it worse. You bitch them in a battle, they let you do it, you solve the problem, and then it gets, well, you half solve the problem, then it gets worse. Then you know, do a little bit more problem solving on their behalf because they don't know what's going on all the way. And then as soon as save the day, it's, oh, just forget about all that us, trying to force you out to your death. Like, just come on, you can have your little house back that we gave you and set aside for you. Like, that's all yours again. It's water under the bridge. You obviously weren't trying to kill us. Like, people make mistakes, right? Haha. Like, what? That was so weird. Like, they make you solve. They let you in. You help do all this stuff for them, and then stuff goes haywire. They blame you, kick you out, send you off to your doom, and then as soon as you solve the problem again, then they want you to forget it ever happened. It's like, if that happens in the real world, you're telling those people to fuck off and you're going to go live somewhere else or go, you know, you hear them talk about the Kanto region, the Johto region, and a couple others, and it's like, I'm hopping on a boat and I'm going to go see what's going on over there because I don't want to live with you people. So I don't know if it was just in order to set the other Legends games up or what really, but yeah, the story seemed kind of shambly and convoluted and just overall not great. I initially started it at a 3, and I thought that was a little harsh because there were some good points to it, but like I said, I ended on a 5.5. I think they tried to mash too much into it just because I think they were afraid, they don't have a gym system. There's no gym leaders. There's just a couple of team leaders that you fight. Um, but and I mean it was cool that the three main people in it are your Diamond Clan, Pearl Clan for Diamond and Pearl, and then you're actually a part of Team Galaxy, which if you've played Diamond and Pearl, Team Galaxy 100 years in the future is actually like the current Team Rocket trying to rule or end the world. So it that was kind of crazy. Um, Overall, I gave the enjoyability and my opinion on it. I gave it a 6.10. Um, the little bit of bugginess, especially as far as the frame rates dropping and some of the other mechanics that were, good for a Pokemon game but not great overall. The lack of cover, tall grass trees, being able to fight them. The warden fights weren't like a straight up battle. You had to have the human warden or the lord of the area. Well, I guess they were the warden and the Pokemon was the lord. Um, the warden had to tell you what the Pokemon's favorite food was, and then you made little sacks of food to like just throw at this Pokemon. And then when it got to a certain point, you would battle them for 30 seconds, like with basically a move or two. Um, then go back to pelting them with food bags until until you empty the health bar all the way. So that was kind of weird, but you know, the gym system got annoying for a while, and they changed it to the trial mode in Sun and Moon, and then they went back to it, and then you had the mode in Sun and Moon where they got away from the whole Elite Four system and all that, and I would kind of like to see them go back to that, but we'll see what happens, at the end of the year. When we get into those games, hopefully, and I'll be back for that review, I'm sure. So, um, the story was kind of messy and honestly really quick. I got stuck doing a few side missions and worrying about not really grinding, but just trying to knock off full pages of the Pokédex. Otherwise, I would have had this main story mode done a lot quicker and left with the after game, which is just completing the Pokédex. Um, the way you fill up and complete the Pokédex is way more fun and interesting than it's ever been. So that's actually what's kept me playing. Um, and like I said earlier in the show, I I hope to and probably will have that done before I would think May or June. Um, and I like the way it's set up for more style games like that. Like we said earlier, I would love to see Legends Johto or Legends Selby, whatever, because Gen 2 has one of the best lores, I think, for a Pokemon game. Um, and then you also have Gen 3's lore is pretty dope. I don't think we'll ever get Gen 1's lore just because Gen 1 is very based around a major, like basically not a world war, but a war between Johto and Kanto had just taken place, or is your was right after your birth, or your birth took place just after that war ended, and apparently Kanto got the short end of the stick and got their asses handed to him. Um, but I mean, you're never gonna get a war game based in Pokemon outside of seeing them fight in battles or like using them in Smash Brothers or anything like that. So um yeah, overall I gave it got 33 out of 50 for a 7. Um yeah, I would stick it at about a 7. There was a lot of stuff that was good, especially for a Pokemon game. My only real knock, like I said, were some of the visuals, even though they're pretty decent for a Pokemon game, but the story was just it was a mess, and they could have done better. I get it's their first Legends game. I hope they learn from that, and like I said, I hope they go um Gen 2 lore next. But that'll be a massive game because there is so much lore with Lugia and the trio of birds from Gen 1, Ho-Oh and the legendary dog trio from Gen 2. Um, the Selby has its own thing. There's just a lot going on there, but I think they could figure out a way. I mean, they figured out different movies to do with these. They can definitely figure out a non-convoluted story, even if you give us Ho-Oh and the legendary dogs as the main lore, give us Lugia as a DLC, give us Selby as a DLC. I know Mike hates to hear that because he's a Lugia guy, so am I. Um, I just they already built the lore around Ho-Oh, and even forgot kind of Selby in it because he kind of became the Mew of Gen 2. But yeah, it was good. Could have been better. Look forward to Violet and Scarlet and hopefully another Legends game.
All right. So with that, he gave the game a 7 out of 10. So we here at the Experience Point award Pokemon Legends Arceus our silver award in our rating system. So round of applause.
Heck yeah!
Ooh.
First review of the XP podcast. Let's go.
Let's go. So with that, I want to ask if Logan has any response to that, since he's the one that's played the game, and then after that, we're gonna move on to the wrap up.
To be quick and short, honestly, I agree with him. Um, I mean, obviously, I don't go as in. I probably never will go as in depth as he is with the whole shinies and everything. I don't know how much of the. I haven't gotten to the end game yet. My wife's playing it. She said she really enjoys it, so I'll probably do that. I don't know if I'll ever fully 110% complete the Pokédex. We'll see. I know it's an intricate part of the game, which I do enjoy. So I'm not sure yet if I'll do all the Pokedex. I mean, I am seriously enjoying how fun it is. Like, it's just super easy to complete the Pokedex, and it's like just fun collecting the Pokemon. And when you do find that one Pokemon you've been looking for, it is like so just like I don't know, it's awesome because you'll just see him out in the wild, and you're like, oh, that's the one Pokemon I need. So you're like, okay, you got to plan out this whole thing of either you're gonna sneak up on him, try to catch him that way, or you throw a thing and fight him. I don't know. I do really like it. I haven't gotten to the end yet, so I can't have a full on opinion. I definitely 100% agree with the story, though. The story is a mess. Don't really understand most of it in the end. I don't really pay attention to it anymore after like the first hour. I was already tired of it. And so I just more enjoy it because it's a Pokemon game and I like catching Pokemon and doing the battles and stuff.
Anything else on Pokemon, guys?
No,
No? All right. Well, we'll thank you, DJ, for putting in the time and the effort and giving us our first review here on the XP podcast. Super excited to bring you guys more reviews as we go through things. Whenever it comes to a game that we've multiple of us have played, we will do a dedicated episode. It will not be a part of the weekly news episodes. This was just a special occasion for our first episode. So look forward to those coming in. Said Horizon Forbidden West coming in hot. Well, hopefully hot. Depends, I guess it depends on how long it takes us to beat it. But so moving on, we're going to go into the review roundup for the week of February 20th, the February 27th. Hope you guys have played some of the games, enjoying some of these games out there, and hope you're having a good time. So Destiny 2, The Witch Queen came out. No final score yet. It only takes some reviewers some time to get those in. But there are three review scores in. All of them scored the game 90. So hope everyone is enjoying Destiny 2, The Witch Queen. From what I've heard, it's very, very good. It's a great story. Monarch came out on PS4, PS5, and Switch, and unfortunately, a game that I was excited about scored a 66. So, poop. Soul Cresta came out on PS4, Switch, and PC. It is a sequel to an old arcade game, and that garnered a score of 79. Edge of Eternity, a re-release of the 2021 PC turn-based strategy game, came out on PS4, PS5, Xbox Series X, and S, and that got a score in the 60s. Womp womp. Never Alone Art Collection came out for the Switch. This is actually a re-release of a game that came out in 2015, so it took a while to get here, but here we are. That game scored a 70 on Metacritic. Hopefully I don't butcher this. Altia Sophia 2, The Alchemist of the Mysterious Dream came out on PC, PS4, and Switch and garnered a score of 83. Elden Ring, we all know this, we've all talked about it, garnered a score of 96 and came out on PS4, PS5, PC, Xbox Series X, and S. Grid Legends came out on Xbox Series X and S, PS4, PS5, and PC. That got a score of 76. Martha is Dead came out on Xbox Series X and S, PS4 and PS5, and PC and got a score of 70. If those of you who don't know, this is a game that a lot of people got mad at because Sony went in and changed a bunch of stuff with the visuals and everything. So don't know if anybody said any reaction, anything else to say. We've already talked about Elden Ring. Any reaction to any of these games, Logan and DJ?
No, I'll be fighting through Horizon with you, and that's probably about all I'm really looking forward to. I don't know if I probably won't get Elden Ring. Like I said, it's not really my cup of tea as far as games go. Um, I'll more be waiting for when we finally get the new Call of Duty, or I'm hoping we hear something about the next Grand Theft Auto besides the remakes or remasters they're doing. But other than that, nothing really with what's coming out the next week or so.
My only opinion so far with that review round, uh, I am really sad to hear about Monarch 2. I remember you telling me about that before the podcast. I was really hoping to. I mean, it's not a bad score. I mean, it's not bad. It's just slightly above
Yeah,
average.
just disappointing.
So, yeah,
But hey,
which is disappointing. Yeah.
yeah, never let review scores take away from a game that you're enjoying or want to enjoy. So if you're excited about Monarch, go ahead and play it. Let us know what you think about it. Moving into our final section, we have out this week, coming out for the week of February 28th through March 6th. Out on March 1st, we have Elix 2 for PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. Far the Changing Tides comes out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Switch, and PC. Puzzle Quest 3 comes out for PC, iOS, and Android. Shadow Warrior 3, I know there's a lot of people out there very excited about this game. I've played Shadow Warrior 2. It's great. Not going to jump on the Shadow Warrior 3 because I'm busy right now, but it comes out PS4, PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. On March 3rd, finally, Babylon's Fall comes out with PS5 and PS4 and PC. This game was developed by Platinum Games. It's been in development for what seems like a decade. Let's hope it's good. Let's hope it works. On March 4th, the big Sony game and Nintendo Day, Gran Turismo 7 comes out on PS5 and PS4, and Triangle Strategy comes out on Nintendo Switch. Any of these games we're going to play, guys? Anything we want to play? Anything we're excited about? Anything you got to say?
I heard Far Changing Tides looked like a really good game. It's a little indie game, but it looks pretty interesting. And Shadow Warrior, I've always wanted to play any of them. Never played any of them, but I've heard they're really good. I mean, they're right up my alley. They're kind of like what Doom and Serious Samish, where it's like a
Yeah, I would say
arcade fast paced shooter.
it is very much a knockoff of Doom, and I mean that in the best way. It does not mean it's any less. It just plays a lot like Doom with the fluidity and the quickness of it.
And then lastly, the only other game that really like obviously has always looked cool is the Triangle Strategy, but I would also have to play what was it called? Um,
Octopath Traveler.
Octopath Traveler. Yes.
And you don't have to. It's not a sequel. This is actually an entirely
Wait,
different
no.
genre of video
Oh,
game.
well, yeah,
It's
it
just
looks
done by the same
phenomenal though.
studio.
Like it is
Yeah.
like, in my opinion, I think pixel graphics that they use for both Octopath and Triangle Strategy is probably some of the most beautiful pixel graphics, like pixel
It's like
based
pixel
graphics.
art.
Other
Yeah.
than pixel art. Other than that one game that came out on Switch and all that. It was like Traveler or something like that. I'll have to look it up. But how about you, DJ?
Um, I mean, I've Triangle Strategy. I've been kind of There's really nothing that's been super tickling my fancy, other than what I've got right now. I'll probably be holding out until I thought about Gran Turismo. That was an OG for me back in the day. I haven't played one in a long time, so I might look into that. Um, Other than that, I'm waiting to sink my teeth into Advanced Warfare or Advanced Wars when it comes out later in the year.
So for me, I am very excited about Gran Turismo 7. Fortunately, won't get to play it when it comes out because I am neck deep in Horizon Forbidden West. I can't stop playing it. Although, for those of you that listen to the fantasy episode, you will know that March 4th is a big day for me. I picked both Gran Turismo 7 and Triangle Strategy, so I'm hoping to get quite a few points in there. If no one's got anything else to say, we can go ahead and wrap this up.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, and with that,
One more thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I
No,
didn't
no,
mean to
no,
cut
no,
in.
no. Go ahead.
The game I was talking about that also has some of the most beautiful graphics for pixel is called The Tourist. Never checked it out. That game is super insane, like how good it looks. Other than
There you
that,
go.
yeah.
Hopefully, there's some tourist fans out there. If you are, let us know. Let us know what you think about the game and what you like. With all that, that brings us to an end. What has been a very, very long episode. We just want to take this time for those of you that are listening and thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Without your support, without you listening, and without you giving us all your attention, we could not do what we want, what we love to do, which is sit here and talk about video games with you. So if you like what we're doing, if you like what we're doing here at the Experience Point and you enjoy the XP podcast, please don't forget to go give us some support on Patreon. Follow us, let us know, keep listening and watching. With that, Logan, any last words?
Thank you guys again for listening to our podcast. If you have any constructive criticism you want to give us in the comment section, we will always be reading and checking it out. Other than that, yeah, thank you guys for taking the time and listen to us. Obviously, make sure to check out our Patreon. We have a couple tiers you could choose from, but you obviously don't have to because no matter what, we're happy that you guys are listening to us and we appreciate it so much. Thank you guys.
DJ?
This was fun. Can't wait to chime in on Horizon Forbidden West and any other games in the future.
Well,
Thanks for having me.
No problem. We love having you here. Once again, thanks everyone for listening and following along with us. I hope everybody has a great week, and we'll talk to you on the next one. See you.